So it seems we've been having an impromptu conversation, everybody, with not realizing we're on the air. I hope everybody is okay with that. And welcome to the regular council meeting Wednesday, May the 19th of Midland Council. And this meeting is being held virtually, as you probably know, held via Zoom. You can watch it on YouTube. It's being live streamed on Rogers 53, and you can also watch it later on Rogers 53 programming.
Too bad.
Pardon?
Get the broom.
No.
So I'll call the meeting to order and ask for there any declarations of conflict of interest. Seeing none, I'd like to read for everybody's benefit, the land acknowledgement, which is that the town of Midland recognizes that it is located on land which is traditional treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. This territory is within the Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within Williams Treaties of 1923. The town of Midland recognizes that it is located on land which is the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homelands of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous peoples. At this point, I'd like to ask everybody if they just join me in a moment of silent reflection, think of those who have succumbed or are afflicted with COVID-19, and looking forward to 2 weeks from now when hopefully put a lot of this behind us. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have the first part of the meeting, of course, is somewhat perfunctory in a way. And I have a motion here moved by Councillor Ross, seconded by Councillor Gordon, that the contents of the regular council agenda for May 19th, 2021 be approved. Any comments or questions from council? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, that carries. Next, I have a motion by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Main, that the items and related recommendations contained within the May 19th, 2021 consent agenda as consent items having been considered by council be adopted with the exception of item 5.4.1 CSR-2021-30 Ad Hoc Homelessness Action Committee, item 5.4.3 CSR-2021-32 MPUC Investment Policy Update, item 5.4.4 CSR-2021-33 Draft Traffic Calming Policy and Guide, item 5.4.5 CSR-2021-34 2021 Management Non-Union Cost of Living Agreements, item 5.4.7 CSR-2021-36 Parks and Trails Bylaw, and items 5.4.8 CSR-2021-37 Parking Bylaw, which will be considered under Section 10. Reports and other items withdrawn for the consent agenda for council's consideration. Any comments or questions with respect to consent agenda? Seeing Councillor Main.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a comment to the pedestrian crosswalk locations. I sit on the Active Transportation Committee, and we have this amazing transportation master plan. And one of the low-hanging fruit or quick wins is pedestrian crosswalks. So although we weren't able to install them last year, the town is slating 3 locations for this year. The Active Transportation Committee wanted to suggest the next 3 for consideration for next year's capital plan. And so that's what the report that was drafted. And the committee has recommended the locations of William and Elizabeth, First and Elizabeth, and Bayshore and Manly. So hopefully we'll receive that as information, and we'll discuss it when we get to the budget in due time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions with respect to the consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That too passes. So now we'll get into the meat of the matter. I have a motion by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor Prost, that council resolved into committee of the whole. All in favor? Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and welcome everybody to today's meeting. Committee of the whole, we have no presentations today. We're going to do a little bit of adjustment, if it's all right. We're going to do the public meetings next, and then we'll do the deputations and petitions, just so we not have people waiting. We advertise 7 o'clock for our public meetings, and that way anybody who would like to participate, we're as close to 7 as possible. So I hope that's in agreement with this committee. So the first public meeting we have up would be a public meeting with regards to 651 Yonge Street. I would like to call the public meeting to order. This public or make written submission before the bylaws passed or an approval given. You will not be entitled to appeal the decisions of the local planning appeal tribunal, and you will not be added as a party to a hearing on the appeal at the LPAC unless it is in the opinion of the tribunal that there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear from residents and to seek clarity on the application. Council is not making a decision on the application or taking a position. Staff will report back in the future with a recommendation report. This is your opportunity to speak to, and council encourage you to do so. I would now ask the town's planning consultant, Jonathan Pock of MHBC Planning, to introduce the application, confirm notification, and to note any correspondence received.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councillor. Oh,
Thank you very much.
thank you, Deputy Mayor. My name is Jonathan Pock. I'm a planning consultant here, speaking to you tonight on behalf of the town of Midland as their planning consultant. I am a planner with MHBC Planning in Barrie. So I prepared a brief presentation for the public meeting tonight for 651 Yonge Street in Midland. And if you don't mind, I will share my screen. Maybe I can get the clerk to...
Now, could you, just before we move forward, could you confirm that notification and if we've received any written correspondence?
Yeah, of course. So MHBC has been advised by town planning staff that notification was circulated on April 28th to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, as well as to the required agencies. Notice was also published in the Midland Mirror on April 29th. And based on the foregoing, we can confirm that notice has been circulated in accordance with the Planning Act.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Did we receive any correspondence, sir?
Yes, I do have 2 pieces of correspondence received by the property owner of 647 Yonge Street, which is the neighboring property. And also, I believe it is a tenant of the same property at 647 Yonge Street. Comments were received and they revolved around notice requirements, usage of the property, proximity to surrounding land uses. I won't get into detail tonight.
Oh, that's fine.
But I understand that council has copies of those.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's all yours. Presentation away. Thank you.
Right. If you don't mind, I will.
So the presentation, I believe, is displayed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just added a few more slides, but I can roll with that. That's okay. So as mentioned, zoning bylaw amendment, ZBA 0121 for 651 Yonge Street in Midland. I could have the next slide, please. This is just a copy of the public meeting notice that was circulated to property owners within 120 meters. Next slide, please. This is an aerial image of the subject property. As you can see, it's to the southeast of Frith and Yonge Street intersection, currently developed, as you'll see in my next slide, with a mixed-use building that's 2 stories. The ground floor commercial is currently not in use. If we could have maybe skip ahead to 2 slides. Sorry if you can hear my dogs barking in the back. And this is the official plan designation of the subject property, illustrating that it is designated neighborhood residential in the town official plan. Next slide, please. This slide is illustrating that the property is zoned residential R3 in the town zoning bylaw. So one thing I'd like to make note of, council, is that the original application that was submitted, this is an excerpt of the site plan that was proposed. As you'll note, I would like to point to are the 2 parking spaces in the front and 2 parking spaces in the back. Since or prior to tonight's meeting, the applicant has circulated a revised site plan to include an additional parking space to the rear of the building. So bringing the total to 5 parking spaces in total. That was the major change. So they have amended that proposal accordingly. The zoning compliance matrix on the right-hand side illustrates in red the request for the amendments. So to summarize, briefly, it's to recognize, and I think these are summarized in the next slide, but it's to summarize the existing deficient lot frontage, the deficient front yard requirement, which is existing, an interior side yard setback of 1.2 meters, which is existing, and the second last point there has since changed. It's actually proposing 1 space per unit and 1 visitor parking unit, slightly reducing the minimum requirements from what have been proposed previously under the 1 spot per unit, 1 spot per unit with 4 spaces rather than the 1 space now being proposed with an additional parking space of 5. And then the driveway width, recognizing that is existing 9.1 meters. I do understand that that concludes my presentation, but I would like council to be aware that the applicant is present and can provide their presentation, and myself and the applicant are here for any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe we will, does anyone need any clarification with regards to the presentation? We also have to hear from Mr. Morgan. Maybe I'll allow Mr. Morgan then to go. It might help answer some of the questions that we have, and then any clarification questions we have after that, and we'll open it up to the public. Mr. Morgan?
Sure, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Ross, Your Worship, and members of council. My name is Josh Morgan. I'm a land use planning consultant based in Orillia. I'm here today, obviously representing the owner of 655 Yonge Street, gentleman by the name of Andrew Brennan. I've represented Mr. Brennan on a number of occasions. This is the second time I believe I've represented Mr. Brennan in the town of Midland. The first time was actually a very similar application at 19 Queen Street, if my memory serves me correctly. And that application had proposed to convert a 2-unit residential dwelling into a 4-unit dwelling. So there are very real similarities between that application and this one. I think what I'll ask is if the clerk could please flip to the second slide. So I'll get right into the meat of it here. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the property from its existing zone, which is residential 3, to a site-specific residential apartment exception zone. And the primary purpose of the proposed residential apartment exception zone is to permit the conversion of this, I'll say existing, it's more like former at this time, but existing 2-unit mixed-use building into a residential fourplex. So as members of council and the public are likely aware, this building was formerly an upholstery shop. I understand quite a popular upholstery shop at that, and there was also a residential unit within the building. So it had a commercial component and a residential component. When Mr. Brennan took ownership of the property, which I believe was in May of 2020, if my memory serves me correctly, the commercial use ceased, and then we began our pre-consultation discussions with the town of Midland. Those discussions started with Ms. Zhao, I believe, and then continued on with Ms. Bondarchuk, and now happy to be working with Mr. Pock and Mr. Crown. So in addition to the primary purpose of the rezoning application, which is to enable the conversion of this mixed-use building into 4 residential units, as Mr. Pock's presentation identified, there are some specific items that we'd like to include in the amendment. The first one being the recognition of the existing lot frontage, which is 12.19 meters, the recognition of the existing front yard, which is 9.4 meters, the recognition of the existing interior side yard, which is 1.2 meters, the recognition of the existing driveway width, which is 9.1 meters, and to the parking now, we're proposing to provide 1.25 parking spaces per dwelling unit for a total of 5. Whereas the zoning bylaw requires 1.5 spaces. And we're also requesting a visitor parking ratio of 20%, whereas the zoning bylaw establishes a visitor parking ratio of 25%. So if the application were to provide the full number of parking spaces required by the bylaw, that would be 6. This application proposes 5. And if we were to provide the maximum number of visitor parking spaces, it would be just a decimal point above 1. And we're proposing 1 visitor parking space. If I could ask the clerk's department to flip to the next slide, please. So just location and description of the property. I'm sure the image here will be familiar to many people on council, the former Wilkinson's upholstery shop. The property is developed with a 2-story brick and wood-sided building with both front and side yard parking. As I mentioned, the property was most recently utilized as a 2-unit mixed-use building. The lot area is 557 square meters with a frontage of just shy of 13 meters. Property is located on Yonge Street, of course, approximately 3 or 3.5 blocks west of King Street. Yonge Street, as you're aware, is an arterial road, which is characterized by a mixture of single detached dwellings, 2-unit dwellings, 3-unit dwellings, a retirement lodge, institutional uses, and also retail commercial uses. As I mentioned, the commercial upholstery business has closed and interior renovations have commenced and are nearing completion to create the first 2 residential units, which are permitted by the zoning bylaw. And should this zoning bylaw amendment application ultimately be approved, then my client and his contractors would move forward with the creation of the 3rd and the 4th units. Next slide, please. These were pictures that I took 2.5 or 3 weeks ago now. So they're reflective of what the property looks like currently. So you'll see any resemblance of a commercial use is now been removed from the property. Picture on the left, of course, is what the building looks like when viewed from the road. And the picture on the right would be a view down the driveway, which comes across the interior side yard of the building. Next slide, please. So these slides both illustrate the rear yard. I'll start with this, the picture on the right-hand side. So I took this picture with my back kind of nearing the back of the property, sort of facing Yonge Street, facing north, I suppose. So you can see the driveway there and the rear of the dwelling on the right-hand side. So the area that you see here, the grassed area in the foreground of the picture would be where the 3 parking spaces are proposed. And then the picture on the left, this is the rear yard again, but it looks into, you'll see the properties adjacent to Little Lake Park, which I think is a tremendous amenity for any small scale multi-unit building. Next slide, please. Okay, so overview of proposed development. The current building is comprised of one entrance door on the front facing side of the building, the second entrance door on the west facing side of the building, and a third entrance door on the south facing side of the building. It's proposed that each of the three existing entrance doors be maintained and that each provide private access to 3 separate dwelling units. It's also proposed that a fourth entrance door be added, resulting in 4 units, each having direct and private access. It's proposed, if we could, sorry, just flip back to that screen for a moment, or it's actually, let's go to the site plan. We'll go to the site plan, I'll walk us through that. Thank you. It's proposed, so this is Mr. Pock had shown the previous iteration of the site plan. We just updated it yesterday. I had some discussions with Mr. Pock and Mr. Crown about parking. And after those discussions, and I spoke with my client, and, basically we decided that if we could provide 5 parking spaces, we should. We had originally been proposing 4. I felt, and I still do feel, but I felt that 4 parking spaces was appropriate, 1 for each unit. But knowing that we had the space to accommodate a 5th parking space, I spoke with my client. We asked the architect to move quickly, and he's added the 5th parking space to the plan. We wanted to figure out whether it could work and fit and whether it would be functional. And so that's what we're coming forward with now. So again, this is the new site plan. We're proposing 5 parking spaces, which would enable 1 unique parking space for each unit plus 1 visitor parking space. Okay, just in terms of the front yard here, the front yard parking spaces are existing. So really this is just a continuation of what has historically been there. And I think it's important to note that the proposed conversion from this existing 2-unit mixed-use building to the proposed 4-unit residential building will not require any physical expansion of the building itself. So it will all be interior renovations. Just to provide some context here. So of course, Yonge Street, you can't see my cursor, I'm sorry, I'm used to sharing my own screen. Yonge Street would be on the right-hand side of your screen, and Little Lake Park would be on the left-hand side of your screen. Next slide, please. So the property is designated neighborhood district by the Town of Midland's Urban Structure Schedule B, and is designated neighborhood residential by the Town of Midland's Land Use Schedule C. And it's the intent of the official plan to provide a range and mix of housing types throughout the neighborhood district to meet expected needs. It's also the intent of the OP that change within the neighborhood residential designation be managed by ensuring that these areas evolve slowly and accommodate only compatible development, obviously a primary consideration in any planning application. And finally, and importantly, low and mid-rise residential uses are permitted within the neighborhood residential designation, subject, of course, to a zoning bylaw amendment application, which is able to illustrate functionality of the site plan and land use compatibility. Next slide, please. Okay, so really what this is a summary of what direction the town's official plan provides to zoning bylaw amendment applications which seek these small scale multi-unit buildings. So the town's criteria, which seek to permit mid-rise residential development, which includes triplexes, fourplexes, townhouses, and apartment buildings, are outlined in section 4.3.2 of the official plan, and this is a summary. Firstly, consideration must be given to the eventual community structure, desirability, and compatibility of the proposed use, including an assessment of the potential impact of such development on adjacent low-rise residential uses. The site should be well sited in terms of amenities such as schools, parks, recreational facilities, shopping, parking, public transportation, active transportation, traffic circulation, and of course, surrounding transportation features. The site should also have direct access to an arterial or a collector road, and mid-rise development may be encouraged in and adjacent to the downtown. Mid-rise residential uses are also subject to site plan control, which is why we moved forward with this site plan design before even submitting our rezoning application. And then, so if I could ask to move on to the next slide, which is my evaluation of the official plan criteria. So as I mentioned before, the proposed conversion will not result in any outward expansion of the existing dwelling. So the dwelling will continue to maintain its visible compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Small scale multi-unit buildings are common within the neighborhood. And I do believe therefore that the proposed dwelling is a compatible form of development. The property is approximately 400 meters from the YMCA, the recreational center. There's a public school approximately 200 meters west of the property. And the rear yard, as I've mentioned before, abuts Little Lake Park. So there is tremendous sort of opportunity for people to live in this building and not have to drive anywhere, really. It's well situated in terms of recreation, outdoor amenity space, schools, and of course, it's just 3 or 3.5 blocks to King Street. The property or Yonge Street, sorry, is an arterial road, which is one of the criteria. And what else? Of course, the detailed site plan has been submitted in support of the rezoning application. And I believe that that site plan confirms that the site is capable of supporting the proposed fourplex dwelling. Just on to the next slide, and these are my concluding remarks. So this is kind of the big picture policy stuff, which I'm sure you hear on every planning application. Of course, the property is located within a fully serviced settlement area where residential growth is encouraged by the provincial, the county, and the town's planning policy. The creation of residential units that are within walking distance to community services and amenities and are supported by public transit are encouraged by the provincial, the county, and the town planning policies. The proposed creation of 3 additional residential dwelling units will assist the town in reaching its intensification targets. It's my understanding that no expansion to municipal infrastructure is required to accommodate the proposed use. And due to the property's proximity to Midland's downtown core, its ease of access to community services and amenities, and its location on a public transit route, the proposal to provide 1.25 parking spaces per dwelling unit, in my opinion, is reasonable and appropriate. The final slide, please. So just to conclude, I would be happy to answer questions from council this evening, also questions from the public. I do understand the decision won't be made tonight, and I would like the opportunity. I received the 2 letters of objection from the neighbor at 647 Yonge Street. I believe I received those just late this afternoon or early this evening. So I have not had an opportunity to reach out to those individuals yet, and I certainly intend to do so. We'll have my client do so. Clearly, we'd like the opportunity to speak with them to understand what their exact concerns are and perhaps what we could do to alleviate those concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's sad to see Wilkinson Upholstery, truly a landmark in Midland, get converted to residential, but I think you met all the needs that we require, but we'll open it up to council for clarification. And Councillor Downer, and we're just looking for clarification of the two presentations this evening. And I want to remind the public, if you have a question or a comment with regards to the presentation, that you can call 705-526-4275, extension 2208, and that should be displayed also on your screen. Councillor Downer.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Morgan. Are you sure that you've allowed enough room for snow removal? It didn't seem to me like it's pretty tight back there when you put 5 cars in there. Where are you going to put all the snow?
Mr. Morgan?
Sure, thank you through Deputy Mayor Ross to Councillor Downer. The site plan does illustrate a snow storage area. Typically, we would identify the exact area and the percentage of the snow storage area in relation to the asphalted area. In this case, I don't think that I've done that. I can certainly report back to you with that exact figure. I'm confident that there's enough room, in a period of average snowfall to accommodate. Certainly, it may be necessary to remove snow at some times, but I don't think the zoning bylaw has any stipulation in terms of a minimum area. But if it does, perhaps Mr. Crown or Mr. Pot could bring that to light. But anyways, in my opinion, we have provided enough space. It is illustrated on the site plan, but I would be happy to provide you a specific area after the meeting if that would be helpful.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Main?
Just a quick point of clarification. On the zoning, current or proposed, it said that the building height could go up to 11 meters. What's the current height of the two-story building? It would certainly be less than that.
Mr. Morgan, do you know the height of the building at this time?
Actually, I don't. I just kind of madly flipped through my planning report. I don't know what the height is, Councillor Main. I'm sorry about that. I mean, all I can tell you is that the height isn't proposed to increase at all.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other questions or for clarification? Councillor Gordon?
Thanks for the presentation. Just maybe I missed it in the presentation, but these four units, are they all going to have the same residency, like the same number of bedrooms, or are you swapping it up?
Mr. Morgan, what's the size of the units?
Just bear with me for one moment, councillors. I have the floor plan in front of me here. Okay. So they would be one-bedroom units, if I'm interpreting the floor plans correctly.
Four one-bedroom apartments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Follow up, Councillor Gordon?
Yes, thank you. That kind of makes sense with the size of that building. And I was just wondering, are these, like the renovations doing it, do we know if the target market is, market rental rates? Like, we're desperately in need of rentals, so that's wonderful you're doing this. Or are they better than market? Like, are you making luxurious apartments that are really targeting more affluent people? Or are they below market, or has any of that been planned yet? I'm sure the public would be curious.
Mr. Morgan?
Yep, that's a very good question. I don't have an answer to that. I'm taking notes of this meeting. I'm happy to report back to you on that. I haven't asked my client quite frankly what his anticipated rental rates are, but I'd be happy to report back through Mr. Falk or Mr. Crown with that information.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any caller in or any public that would like to engage?
If you would like to, we do have Mr. Cooper.
Sorry?
So, no, I'm sorry, we don't have anyone at this time.
Nobody.
I've been waiting to speak. If you can hear me.
I can, sir. If you'd state your name, your address,
Sure.
and please go ahead and ask your question.
I should. My name is Matthias Herview. My address is 647 Yonge Street. I'm one of the emerged doctors in Midland, and I do know some of you guys, so hello.
Of course. How are you this evening? Thanks for joining us.
Good. Thank you. I want to just point out that Julie Barker, Dr. Barker and Julie Barker, who live at 657 Yonge Street, also made an application to the town with concerns about the development. And I noticed they weren't mentioned, but they should be recorded as parties. I do have a copy of the email that she had sent. I don't know how it got overlooked.
If you could forward that to the clerk's department, we'll get you the address and we'll make sure that we get a copy of that letter. That'd be fantastic. If you don't
Okay,
mind.
I did make notes on it, so so
yeah, we want to make sure we get Mrs. Barker's correspondence.
Yeah, and then I just want to make sure that I did point in my letter that I sent today that unfortunately the town sent the notice to 647 or to my address in Toronto. Obviously I work here in Emerge and I work here full time. I haven't been to Toronto in several months, but I didn't actually get any notice about this really until the weekend when my tenant informed me about what was going on. So to be honest with you, had I known, I would have got some neighbors to express my concerns to them and then ask them to at least who might share with my concerns or bring it forward. And I didn't have a chance to do that. So anyways, I don't want to waste everyone's time, but I do have a couple concerns about what I just heard. There seems to be some misunderstanding about what intensification means within a community. And I'd like to politely refute what I've heard. As a person, I don't know if you guys know, I run We Are the Villagers, which is a children's charity for marginalized families in town. I'm also a doctor who is specialized in homelessness, addictions, mental health in both rural, urban, and reserve setting. And so I do very well understand the importance of having a affordable housing, like housing that meets the needs of our community, and that is close to amenities. But having single unit dwellings next to a school is useless when there's going to be no families living in those units. So for example, like you can say you're intensifying by making 4 units versus 2 units. But if you have 2 3-bedroom units, one on a main floor and one on an upstairs, then you can actually have a family of 5 living in those units. If you have in each unit, so you could have 10 people living in the building. If you have 4 1-unit buildings, you're not going to have any children living in that. So there won't be access to schools for working families, won't be access to parks for working families. And what I've seen a lot is with these types of developments is that developers use the claim that they want to make things more accessible to people, but what they really are doing is waging a war on working families, single parents, community members who have employment by eliminating housing for families and making chop shop sort of glorified boarding homes for single unit people, for individuals that really are below standard and that are a nuisance to the neighbors and that don't really provide adequate housing or meet the housing needs for the families that I am dealing with. I think you all know Midland well. I grew up here, I think like a lot of you. And Yonge Street is filled with single unit buildings. I think there's 6 motels. I'm sure you all remember them. The Shamrock, the Silver Dollar, the one by the tennis courts. These are all single unit buildings that don't house families. But in the Emerge, I see families living in these buildings. Mothers with their 2 kids who get out of Rosewood, who don't have the option of having mixed unit buildings with 2 floors that would have access to a school and access to a park. And it concerns me to claim that intensification means chopping up a building into as many small units to make as much profit for the person renovating and owning the building than to really accommodate the town's needs. And I think that's a really important point I would like to get across. I'm desperately concerned about the way that this building is being developed in terms of the yardage and the parking. What they're proposing is in my sitting area, in my backyard, is to be putting 3 cars directly on the other side of the bushes where my sitting area is in my backyard, where my nieces and nephews play, and where I sit and enjoy my garden. And I don't know about any other residential area where they're allowing multiple parking spots to the backyard to become parking. I'm not even sure why the front yard is allowed to be parking when it's no longer a commercial building. And I think it should be restored to a residential looking home. I'm going to, I don't know if you guys can see on this picture, but there's a picture of, I'm showing you, and if you look beyond the deck there, I can actually just show you, I guess, I have internet. If you look beyond the deck, I'm just gonna figure out how, so I'm standing in the backyard and there's a, do you see the hedge there? Just below, so you go down my stairs to the hedge. So on the other side of that hedge is where there's proposing to put 3 parking spaces. So people idling their cars, starting their cars. I don't know if you can see the size of the yard, but this isn't a huge yard and it abuts the park. So it's basically eliminating all green space and turning my backyard into the edge of a parking lot. I don't really understand how anybody's home should be turned into the back of a parking lot. It's quite concerning to me. And there is very limited, as you know, and as I can, limited, sorry, I'm a little frustrated. So there's, I do think we need small scale duplexes and multi-unit homes for families, but I don't think this type of building is welcome in this type of neighborhood. I think, as I mentioned in my letter, I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, have you guys? That I do worry about the crime that we have in Midland. The park, as you all know, has become a bit of a problem. We have the people living in the single unit buildings and a lot of the hotels going there to use drugs in the evening. We have crime in the Emerge. I see stabbings, I see overdoses, I see lots of issues associated with the park. So to put a bunch of single unit dwellings, which I think are going to be below market, is going to attract the kind of people that maybe will use this park for nefarious reasons. I think the situation on the location on the park is a desirable thing for family units, but it's not a desirable thing for 4 small 1-bedroom units when we have so many problems along Yonge Street. I don't know if any of you have noticed Yonge Street, that there's multiple ambulances, that all of those, and I've expressed this in my letter, so I hope you just take a look at my letter. My concern.
We will definitely get that letter. We haven't approved anything at this time, so there's still opportunity. So we will make sure that, and we apologize for the notification issue being sent to Toronto address, but I'm glad you were able to engage. Any other you'd like to add?
The only other point I want to make is that I'm really concerned about this property management company. As I put in my letter, I've spoken to employees of this property management company, and they don't seem to run a clean business. I personally watched people without proper protective gear doing demolition there. And I'm concerned about the quality of their other buildings. It sounds to me like they own quite a number of buildings in this town. And I would like to make sure that we get the addresses of all those rental units that they have in the town, be able to look at the pictures and what these buildings look like, how they're managed, and see what kind of police involvement they have. Because my understanding is from the overdoses and the issues I'm seeing in the emerge that some of these buildings are quite a nuisance. And I think that if we are going to be intensifying our downtown area and our areas near schools and parks, we need to be doing it with housing that's owned by responsible property managers who aren't just turning a quick dime at the expense of our neighborhoods. And I really, really do hope that you support our local families who are desperately in need of housing by preventing these tiny little units from being made. I will just finish by saying one thing.
Yes.
The ideal living conditions for people who suffer from concurrent disorders, mental health disorders, who live on ODSP and OW is not to be put in chop shop single unit houses with multiple units. It becomes glorified boarding homes. People need to be living throughout a community with diversity. So usually it would be like family homes, like maybe one of your homes that has a rental unit where people can interact with people who don't have the same types of problems, who don't get triggered by those same problems. Otherwise, what we end up having is just mental health deterioration. And I think we really need to be developing a community that is responsive to the needs of, as you all know, our homeless population, our working families, our homeless families, and not just suiting the needs of developers who want to make a quick buck on chopping up buildings to gain quick cash. And I understand the revenue is better to make 4 single units than to have 2 family units, but that's not my concern. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate your time. Any other questions or comments with regards to from the public, Madam Clerk? I'll get to you in 1 second, Councillor McGinn. Any other comments or call-ins from with regards to this public meeting?
Deputy Mayor, there is another person who signed into the Zoom meeting.
Wonderful.
Robert Cooper, and I believe he has his hand raised, so he would like to address council.
Mr. Cooper, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hi there. I am at 647 Yonge Street.
Thank you
My
very
name
much.
is Robert Cooper.
Welcome to the meeting. Thank you.
I also have submitted a letter that you can peruse, I guess, at your leisure. I submitted it earlier today, so I'm not surprised you don't have it. My apologies. But I also found out about this recently. And I mostly would like to echo Dr. Herview's points. I just think that, especially given the challenges that Midland has with the other sort of small residential units that have been mentioned a bunch of times already at this meeting, that back onto the park, that provide opportunities for well, that's not the right way to put it, but somebody who's trying to get on the right track could be led astray. I mean, I don't know exactly how to put it, but it seems like a real risk to the community based on our experience with other similar sounding units in the area and backing onto the park and so on. And I just would urge the committee to take that risk seriously. I get that it's a little bit nebulous compared to the very nuts and bolts presentation from the applicant, but I think these risks are real, and I think consideration needs to be given to what could be done, if anything, to mitigate those risks. I think Matthias's plan or Matthias's suggestion about bigger units and how that might attract families who can make use of the amenities around here or whatever. But anyway, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I just want to reiterate, I guess, my concern about the risk inherent in, or the risk I perceive to be inherent in the current proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Appreciate your time calling in this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone wishing to comment may call the clerk at 705-526-4275, extension 2208. The number is also displayed on the Rogers television for those watching and may wish to call in. Madam Clerk, do we have any others that are waiting to call in?
Deputy Mayor, there are no calls on the line at this time.
I saw Councilor McGinn had a clarification, so I'll say the number again is 705-526-4275, extension 2208. You had some clarification with regards to this presentation, Councilor McGinn?
Yes, thank you. It's a clear and direct question. One of the things is I did not receive an email from Julie, and I didn't receive an email from Matthias. Am I the only one who, am I missing something? And the reason I'm asking is, okay, everybody's shaking their head. I wanted to make sure.
So what, Councilor McGinn, just so you're aware, the clerk receives the letters. This is a public meeting and they'll put them all together for a report that will come to council with regards to the correspondence from anyone, including the two people that called in today. So everything will be included into that report. This is just an opportunity for the public to speak and add their and give an email if it's been so sent. So we're hoping that we got Julie's and we'll follow through, Mrs. Barker, sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to clarify based on my own technological hiccup that I had over the past couple of days.
Wonderful. I see two councillors looking for some clarification. Councillor Downer, then Councillor Gordon, and we'll see if we have any other public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a message coming across the bottom of the screen that somebody would like to communicate Mrs. Barker's letter, if that would be allowed. I believe it's Dr. Herview.
Madam Clerk, is that allowed? Could someone read, I'm not sure how the process goes. If the letter's been, do we need to read it in the public or without her permission? I'm not sure if that would even be something we should do. But I'll ask Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor, I believe the correspondence was received later in the day today.
Yes.
So the planning department, it's usually the planning staff that would circulate the correspondence, and they haven't had a chance to circulate, but I'm pretty sure, and perhaps Mr. Pott could confirm, but the comments received will be included in the staff report that will come to council at a later date.
Wonderful. Is that fine? That will be included in the report?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Downer. Councillor Gordon, you got a follow-up?
Yeah, thanks, sir. I forgot to ask this earlier for the proponent. Are any of these units going to be built to accessible standards? I'm just wondering about the second floor. I assume there's a staircase to get up there, but even for the main floor, are these going to be accessible units by standard definition?
Mr. Morgan?
A good question, and through you, Deputy Mayor Ross, to Councillor Gordon. I can confirm that the bottom two units will be accessible, but the top two units will not be accessible.
Great, thanks. And just one other follow-up, since we saw that picture and the construction appears to be well on its way. what happens, I'm assuming you're building walls and stuff inside to make 4 units. What happens if this doesn't go the way you're asking or gets modified in some way? Like it looks like you're moving, along on this project already. What contingency plans do you have?
Sure. So I did speak with Mr. Brennan about 15 minutes before the meeting tonight, just to make sure that I had the most up-to-date information possible in terms of the status of the construction. I understand that building permits were issued for the first 2 units and that those are nearing completion. The permits are not yet closed, but they very soon will be, I understand, and they'll be seeking occupancy for those first 2 units. That some plumbing and electrical in anticipation of the potential for the 3rd and 4th units have sort of like some background work, sort of behind the walls work has been incorporated while the 1st and 2nd units were being created, so they didn't have to go back and rip things open again should this application be approved. But clearly and with 100% certainty, if this application is not approved or it's decreased, let's say to 3 units, then accommodations will need to be made inside to ensure that the building is legal. I have no reason to believe that anything has happened on the site that's untoward from the perspective of the building permit issuance.
Oh, no worries. And I wasn't suggesting that. I was just
Yeah, of course.
How far along you were. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know if this is the right opportunity, and perhaps it's not. So if I could just say that I would appreciate the opportunity just to make a couple of comments related to Mr. Cooper and Dr. Herview. But I'll pause or I'll mute myself for now, and you can let me know when that's appropriate, or if it's appropriate.
Feel free.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Great. First of all, very thoughtful questions and comments and concerns. I find these forums are helpful for me because it forces me. I've been at this for 13 years now, and these types of discussions force me to look at things through a different lens. Clearly, the lens of a professional that works in Emerge is one that I don't have. So, but I think that there were some assumptions that were made by Dr. Herview. One of them would be that children wouldn't live in a 1-bedroom unit. I mean, I think that for the most part, that's likely the case, but I do believe that there are probably single parents in the town of Midland that can afford nothing more than a 1-bedroom apartment unit and may need to walk their children to elementary school. I also don't know that I agree that putting single 1-bedroom apartment units next to a park is a negative thing. I certainly have always looked at as a positive thing, right? Like if I have been at a different point in my life lived in single unit or single 1-bedroom apartment units and would have loved to have access to a park right in my backyard. So I think it's a positive. I do, however, hear the concerns and also trying to understand the viewpoint of Dr. Herview in terms of what is being seen in the Emerge. And I'm sure council has a better understanding than I do about some of the challenges perhaps in Little Lake Park. But I think that it would be a mistake to assume that, this is going to become 4 units that are all going to be doing horrible things in the park. Like, I don't think that that's how we should be making planning decisions. And
point taken, and I don't want to get into a debate back and forth. So if we could just
I'll say one more thing. Just finally, sure, a variety of building types, meaning 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units, townhouses, semi-detached, singles, all of those types of building forms and unit forms are needed in any community. It just happens that this proposal is bringing 4 1-bedroom apartment units forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Earlier on, it was stated that a lot frontage of 12.129 meters recognized as is, along with front yards, side lawns, and so on, and there were different metrics applied to each of those. I'm curious about the recognized as is. Does the zone, is this asking for a variance from what would normally be associated with a zoning for a property like that? Or is it just that that's what the zoning calls for, and so recognize it as is?
Mr. Morgan?
So if it's not as what the zoning requires, then what's the difference, if any?
Care to answer, Mr. Morgan, or should we go to Mr. Pock?
I'll do my best, and if I speak out of turn, Mr. Pot can correct me. So, yeah, we're proposing to rezone from the R3 to the RA, the residential apartment, and so in doing so, we have to essentially recognize the existing frontage and front yard, because they don't align with what is required, I believe, in either the R3 or certainly in the RA. So for instance, the lot frontage in the RA zone is 40 meters, which is an extraordinarily really wide lot, considering that the RA zone would accommodate just a fourplex. So we're recognizing the existing frontage, we're recognizing the existing front yard, of course, which is the setback from the road to the front facing side of the building. And we're also recognizing the existing interior side yard.
What would they be in a typical RA?
So, the front yard in the RA would be 12 meters, 9.4 meters exist. And the interior side yard in the RA would be the greater of half of the building height, or 6 meters. So we've got a building that's 1.2 meters from the side yard.
Mr. Pot, care to comment?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just echo Mr. Morgan's comments on that. It would be subject, if this was a new development, it would be subject to those provisions. In this case, it's an existing lot of record, an existing building. It's recognizing those deficient side yard setbacks and frontage.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, any other call-ins or questions with regards to this public meeting?
I don't believe we've had any phone calls.
Okay.
And there's no one else in the Zoom call.
All right, I see that Worship had one last comment, and we'll close this meeting.
What's the follow-on question? So is this typical? It's almost like an infill in a way. So a new development would be 40-meter frontage, 12 meters front yard, 6 meters, or whichever, I'm assuming, rather than 1.2. Is this normal for what would we normally accept something like this for this type of a development? And I would put that to Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's something that we can look into. At this time, we're just looking for public comment on the application. Once we do receive all public comments and comments from staff and council as well, we'll take that into consideration to making a recommendation report for council consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, one more thing. I just a quick question. This is Dr. Herview. My understanding is that this is already a legal non-conforming building that doesn't meet specifications, that because it was a grocery store that was sectioned off of the existing house that Mrs. Barker and Dr. Barker own, and that it doesn't have the appropriate amenities. It shares water and hydro with those guys, and that it was already not a legal non-conforming. Could someone clarify that?
We'll ask the clarification. Mr. Pak, you care to comment if this is conforming with regards to the Town of Midland bylaw?
Sorry, the comments were cutting out. I didn't get the full.
There's a concern that it was a non-conforming unit at this point, but
we would have to look at the bylaw to see what the side yard setbacks are required for the existing use of the property to determine that. I'm happy to circulate and look into that further and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we won't be able to answer that question at this time, and we'll have to, Madam Clerk, is there any other people that are looking to call in this evening for this public meeting?
I don't believe we have any calls, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. I will thank everyone for attending this public meeting, and we will call this public meeting to an end. Thank you very much for everyone's time and participation. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I know that you mentioned it at the beginning. It's not many people appeal things, but just so that the people who are listening in on this presentation may want to familiarize themselves with the local planning arbitration tribunal. Once we have a report from staff, council will have a decision of thumbs up, thumbs down. And either way, it can be appealed. If we approve it or if we don't approve it, it can be appealed by any parties. So that's why having these formal comments by the neighbors, Mr. Herview, anyone who objects, is really important that we hear them. But we do have, if you do have additional comments, you can submit those after the fact by writing to the clerk. I just wanted to mention that because there seems to be some objection to this planning proposal. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor Main, and thank you very much for bringing that up. Appreciate it. So we'll call that meeting to close. We have a second public meeting this evening. It's with regards to 8772 County Road 93. I would like to call the public meeting to order. This public meeting is being held under the Municipal Act to consider an application for proposed amendment to the sign bylaw respecting 8772 County Road 93. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear from residents and to seek clarity on the application. Council is not making a decision on the application or taking a position. Staff will report back in the future with a recommendation report. This is your opportunity to speak, and council encourage you to do so. I will now ask the town planning consultant, Ms. Hanley of Sheldon Brumwell and Associates, to introduce the application, confirm notification, and to note any correspondence. Ms. Hanley?
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Your Worship, and council members. My name is Marissa Hanley, and I am a planner at Skelton Brumwell and Associates. We are currently undertaking peer review services for the town of Midland, and I'm happy to be able to provide council and the public with the following presentation on the sign bylaw amendment application at 8772 County Road 93.
Could you confirm that that notification was given?
Yeah, if you just
if we've received any correspondence. Okay.
Next slide, I'm getting to that. Notice was provided through the town's website and social media accounts in the accordance with the procedures by the town of Midland on April 28th, 2021 of this public meeting, which affords the public an opportunity to provide comments or concerns to be taken into consideration by council and staff. One comment was received ahead of time by a resident of Tiny Township against the application. The comment reads, "Hello, I am writing to express my opinion regarding the proposed sign bylaw amendment under section 6.1 of sign bylaw 2011-79 and town bylaw 2009-20. This proposed sign bylaw amendment pertains to the land located at the northwest corner of County Road 93 and Highway 12 and is legally described as Concession 1, Part Lot 101, Town of Midland, County of Simcoe, and is municipally addressed as 8772 County Road 93. The land is presently zoned as rural in the Town of Midland, zoning bylaw number 2004-90 as amended. I am a permanent resident of Tiny Township and enjoy a lifestyle in harmony with nature as much as possible. I truly appreciate the natural surroundings that make our area so beautiful, relaxing, and environment friendly. And due to my proximity to Midland and Penetang, I do spend time in and around town shopping for recreation, medical appointments, dining room opportunities, etc. I realize that our area offers a mix of rural and urban environments and sensibilities. As the population increases and our world moves forward with technology, it is inevitable that some more modern ideas will come to roost and push forward progress of certain kinds with our community. The only progress I see with the addition of this proposed sign is money progress for a small handful of people. I see no lasting benefit to the community at large. I believe that the addition of the sign would only be detrimental to the beauty of the environment. I believe It is unnecessary for us to have yet another advertising venue. Plus, I do not know if there are any statistics about lit up signs being distracting for drivers, but I can't imagine that they are not distracting. As a driver, I would like to think that all drivers are keeping their eyes on the road and not on advertising signs. Therefore, my opinion about the proposed sign is don't do it. Please don't do it. If the other sign is falling apart, then deconstruct it and don't put back anything else. Leave the side of the road alone. Thank you for your attention to my message, and please confirm receipt so that I know it has been seen. Sincerely, Mary Rankin from Tiny Township. That was the only comment. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So this is a subject property. It is surrounded by, to the north, agricultural, residential, and commercial uses. To the east, commercial lands. To the south, residential uses, as well as the Midland Drive-In Theater. And lastly, to the west, residential uses. Next slide, please. This street view shows the existing sign located on the subject lands. Next slide. The image to the left shows Schedule A of the current official plan land use designation, which is commercial corridor. And the image on the right shows Schedule A of the current official plan, which is designated that the proposed location of the sign is within Strategic Growth Area 2. And next slide, please. Under the town's zoning bylaw, the site is zoned rural. Next slide, please. The location of the sign will be 24 meters from the front property line to 102 meters from the southern property line and 222 meters from the northern property line. The sign is also a generous 1,546 meters from the rear property line. And next slide, please. The proposed new sign height is 3 meters by 6 meters wide and stands a total of 8 meters tall. There are examples to the right of your screen of what the sign will look like. For clarity, council is being asked to consider any public comments tonight on the proposed sign bylaw amendment application, and then staff will consider all comments and questions from council and bring forth a staff report at a later council meeting for council's consideration. That concludes my presentation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is with great pleasure that I extend an invitation to Mr. Wes Crown. Welcome back, Mr. Crown. I can't get enough of the town of Midland. I appreciate you being here this evening. Hope you're well. Hope retirement's been good to you. Mr. Crown is here representing MHBC planning agent and on behalf of the on behalf of the applicant to make a presentation and provide additional information. Mr. Crown, thank you and welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was going to start with a joke to saying if anybody didn't know who I was, my name is Wes Crown. I'm a associate planner with MHBC in Barrie, and I'm happy to be before you this evening representing Kevin Boys of Action Media. Kevin is the owner and operator of Action Media and is the applicant with respect to the application that's before you this evening regarding 8772 County Road 93. Mr. Chairman, we have a short presentation. It's going to be a little bit different of a focus than what you've heard from your planning consultant so far. I'm going to ask Mr. Boys to participate and go over the next slide just to introduce himself and his company to council and those members of the community that are viewing this meeting this evening. Mr. Boys, I believe I saw him on the call earlier, so he'll need to be.
I'm here, Wes.
Great, thanks, Kevin. So next slide, please.
Yeah, go ahead to the next slide.
Next one after.
Thanks very much, everybody, for your time tonight. Just a quick company overview. Our company, Action Media, is based in Gravenhurst. And we build and operate electronic signs in small and medium-sized towns. So to give you an idea, we have existing signs in Orillia, Muskoka, and Lindsay, with build plans coming up in Barrie, Huntsville, North Bay, and Peterborough. Our customers are almost entirely local businesses, along with municipalities and charities. So we don't really offer advertising to big national companies. It's mostly local businesses. And our owners also own Dockside Magazine. Action Media is a fairly new company that you may not have heard of, but some of you may have heard of Dockside Magazine. It's been around for several years, and we distribute the magazine throughout Simcoe and Muskoka, and so it's distributed in Midland, and some of you may be familiar with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. If we can go to the next slide. Deputy Mayor, members of council, this is the subject property. So it's 8772 County Road 93. It's northwest of the intersection of Highway 12, County Road 93, Highway 93, and Angela Smith Foster Road. I think, as was described, it's a large rural property. It's also a gateway location into the town of Midland. The most recent AADT numbers, and I'm looking to Councillor Main, who will know that off the top of his head, but it's average annual daily traffic is over 16,000 vehicles a day that pass this site. And so it really and truly is a gateway location into the town of Midland. If we can go to the next slide. So the proposal is really to demolish an old and a bit tired existing billboard sign in the municipality and replace it with a new billboard, an electronic LED illuminated billboard sign. The new sign will be in a slightly different location. The current sign would not comply with the county, MTO, or municipal requirements, and the proposal is to move the sign a little bit north and a little bit further west to fully comply with county and in particular MTO standards. It's a new modern sign that's being proposed in a gateway location to the community. And as Mr. Boyes indicated, his business model really is focused on advertising local businesses. If we can go to the next slide. So the sign proposal is a new sign on a single round steel pole, approximately the same height, same size, 3 meters by 6 meters, and double-sided as the existing sign. As noted, it will be illuminated LED with static advertisements displayed for fixed periods. The proposal here is for 10 seconds, and the advertisements will range from images, text only, and text with an image. And the proposal that's before you meets all MTO county and town standard. Next slide. We have been in discussions with all of these agencies and have confirmed that the location will meet their standards. Of course, my client needs the approval from the municipality for this amendment application before the applications to the county, MTO, and Newmarket Day Hydro can be secured, and as well before a building permit can be issued for this sign from the municipality's building department. Next slide. So Midland sign bylaw has a general prohibition for billboard signs, but it does include exceptions. And there are some very specific exceptions that council has included in this bylaw. First, legally existing signs can change the advertising face on those signs and repair so that they don't hurt or damage anyone. But it also includes an exception that permits council, subject to an application, to permit amendments to the bylaw to permit new billboard signs, particularly where that sign is located with frontage on either a provincial highway or on a county road. And I'll go through a little bit later in my presentation, Deputy Mayor, members of council, why in addition to that, this location is the perfect location for a new billboard sign in the town of Midland. Next slide, please. So I want to talk very briefly about the myths and truths around not only billboard signs, but illuminated signs that are proposed here today. The first myth is that digital signs and billboards can be a distraction to drivers when the message changes from one ad to another. And the truth is that by modulating dwell time, the amount of time that the advertisement is displayed, there will be no distraction to drivers. The proposal that's before you today would have a 10-second dwell time in Midland. And I can advise that currently in Aurelia, it's a 6-second dwell time, and in Barrie, it's an 8-second dwell time. And so we're actually going to be making the changeover slower in Midland than it is in other communities. Myth number 2 is that digital signs and billboards are too bright at night. The truth is that LED signs, like LED TVs, come with brightness settings. And the proposal here is that we would set the settings on this sign at 30% of full brightness, and it's proposed so that it would not become a distraction to drivers. And probably as equally as important, it wouldn't become a distraction to any sensitive residential uses that are located in the neighborhood. I will confirm, Mr. Chairman, that the closest residential dwelling is located about 220 meters to the north of the proposed sign location, and the next house closest to the proposed sign location is 260 meters to the south. Again, part of our analysis and part of our review that confirms we think this is an ideal location for a new sign. Next slide, please. The third myth is that driver safety is impacted. There have been multiple studies that show that these signs, in particular illuminated signs, do not impact driver safety. And the fact that municipalities and the Ministry of Transportation allow and permit these signs all over Ontario is proof of their safety. Myth number 4 is that too many billboard signs can become an eyesore. And the truth is, I think I agree with that. Too many billboard signs can become an eyesore. But given that Midland only allows billboard signs by way of amendment applications, not by right, and subject to council approval, the town has full control on the number and the location of billboard signs in the community. It's our position that this location is a perfect location for a new modern billboard sign. It's at the intersection of 2 MTO highways and a county road. It's at one of the busiest corners in the town of Midland and a main gateway into the community as well. Mr. Chairman, I want to confirm that we did submit, sorry, next slide. The clerk is, like she always did, knew exactly when to move the slides for me. The basis for approval is set out in a detailed planning justification report that was submitted together with the application and earlier this year. And we're hoping that that report can be provided in detail because provided to council. It reviews in detail the relevant policies in the municipality's new official plan. It reviews the general provisions in the municipality's sign bylaw, and you'll, I believe you'll conclude like we have that this location fully meets the policies and requirements of the municipality's official plan and zoning bylaw. So the basis for the approval that we're putting before you today is that the illuminated billboard sign meets all of those standards, in particular the requirements of the part 4 of the municipality's sign bylaw. It conforms to the policy guidance in the municipality's new official plan. This truly represents a location for a sign at a gateway location in the community. Council has full authority under your bylaw to permit in this sign bylaw in this location or sign in this location, and that council, even where it permits this by amendment, council retains full control on any and all future requests for billboard signs in the community. And Mr. Chairman, if I can very briefly respond to the one written comment that's been submitted. Mr. Boys and Action Media, like all of us, do these jobs for profit and for money. And so that can't be held against him. But the business model that he described and the business model of his operation is such that it really is supportive of the local community and local businesses, in that the advertisements will be those for local businesses. He was reluctant to tell you, but I am not reluctant to tell you that their business model includes offering free of charge to community or organizations and nonprofits and to the municipality where necessary to run advertisements on the sign, particularly understanding that this is as a gateway to the community, will reach a lot of your residents, will reach a lot of people from the adjacent communities that are coming into the municipality to shop and purchase at local businesses, as well as visitors and tourists to the town of Midland. So Deputy Mayor, Council, you've been gracious with your attention. Myself and Mr. Boyes are more than happy to answer any questions that yourself or members of the public may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crown. Councilor File, question? Oh, sorry, it was I just reverted back to how it used to be. I apologize. Sorry. Couldn't resist. I love you, Councilor File. We'll open this meeting up to public. Anyone wishing to make comment with regards to presentation, please call the clerk's office at 705-526-4275, extension 2208. And the number is also being displayed by Rogers Television for anyone wishing to call in onto this public meeting. Any questions or comments with regards to from council while we're waiting for some calls? Councilor Gordon?
A great presentation. I wish Mr. Crown had not gone there at the end. That was the one thing. I mean, I believe I spoke to this proponent quite some time ago, and when he offered that you know, to the municipality, I thought, well, that's wonderful, but for heaven's sake, don't make it part of the pitch, because in my mind, that, you know, puts us in a conflict position. Like, we shouldn't be being offered something for free if we approve this. Personally, I mean, I'm not going to give my opinion on this because it's not the time for that. But Wes, I wish you hadn't have said that, because now it puts us in a bit of an awkward position. You know, I know we're going to benefit from this thing, and I would fully expect that we would pay for our airtime like anybody else. And I'm sure the BIA and the, you know, the Chamber of Commerce would be all over this too. I wouldn't, like, I wish I hadn't heard that as part of this, because it's going to factor in, and people are going to hear that, and they're going to think that's biased us in some capacity. But of course, if this thing was available to us, I would fully expect the town of Midland to embrace this sign and participate in advertising, and like the pictograms showed already, welcome to Midland. But I just, from my perspective, I can only speak for me. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. It's like disregard, you know, the jury. That is not part of my decision-making process in the slightest. And I just want to throw that out there for the people that are watching this and might be rolling their eyes. So thank you, though. I do appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Gordon. Madam Clerk, do we have any public calling in at this point?
Not at this point.
Thank you. Mayor Strathern, clarification?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I could be wrong, but I've heard a great business case for the sign, but I haven't heard a reason why we should amend the bylaw. I just don't see what it is. I mean, I think that the logic to this is it's an existing sign. We just want to upgrade it and bring it into compliance with county and MTO. And so I'm not sure why we were even bothering with the process. So I just wish, and I understand Mr. Crown has said there's a very wholesome document that's accompanying this. And I don't disagree with Councillor Gordon, but I've seen them in various places. They're very informative. You don't have somebody up on a ladder truck changing banner signs on an arterial road wondering whether or not they're going to fall into the traffic, whatever. It's a great concept. So I don't have an issue with the technology. I understand the business model. That's great. Could you sort of tell me why we want to change this bylaw?
If I,
Mr.
yes,
Crown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through to his worship. A couple points, and I want to deal with Councillor Gordon's concern as well. We were reluctant to indicate the business model of Action Media, where they in particular offer the sign times to nonprofit organizations within the community that support the community and support community building. It is typically also offered to the municipality. I'm sure Mr. Boyes would be happy if the town of Midland purchased their sign time like every other client. But I think I wanted to mention that because it was in specific and direct response to the comment that you heard in the email that you received with respect to this application. Your worship, to answer your question very specifically, a couple of years ago when we were doing a review and update to the sign bylaw, council members said, why don't we permit billboard signs in the town of Midland? And nobody around the table, including myself, could understand why the town of Midland absolutely prohibited, with some minor exceptions to existing signs, billboard signs. So there was no history or corporate memory as to why that happened. And so at the direction of the council of the day, we added that additional provision to the sign bylaw to let council on an application by application basis consider whether they wanted to permit new billboard signs in very specific locations along county roads or provincial highways. So the framework of the bylaw has been set up to receive and consider these types of applications. It's unusual that your official plan, for example, does have policy guidelines with respect to signage, but it does. And our argument is that the bylaw permits these applications. It permits council the opportunity to consider and review and approve or refuse the application. And so the basis for the request for the bylaw is that we think this makes good business sense, not only for our client, but also for the town of Midland as well.
Thank you, Mr. Crown. Do you have a follow-up, Mayor Strathern?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Crown. Isn't this just a replacement of a dilapidated sign and moving it a slight distance to have conformity with MTO and sorry, county?
You're correct, your worship. It's moving it a little bit, 30 meters plus or minus or so from the existing sign location, but a double-sided sign about the same size, a more modern technology that's being used in this location.
So I just wonder why it warrants this process. I'm glad it's coming to council. We can have the conversation, but it just strikes me almost as though it's I want to put a coat of paint on, or not. I mean, clearly it's not the case, but it exists. And so I just wonder why.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way that the bylaw is structured, and the only way to get even a replacement billboard sign in the town of Midland, you need to go through an amendment process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crown. I'll come to Councillor McGinn. Let me just check with the clerk to see if we have anyone called in with regards to this public meeting.
Nope. We don't have anybody, Deputy Mayor. Nope.
Thank you, Ms. Egger. Councillor McGinn, comment?
Clarifying and question. So thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. And Wes, it's really nice to see you again. And you know the town of Midland inside and out. So thank you for also bringing into into the forefront some of our necessary housekeeping issues, for lack of a better way of putting it, in this. I appreciate that. So my question is, can we get a little bit of information about the lumens, the difference in how the space will compare, and what sort of potential effects that could have on the surrounding area? Because I do understand 30%, dimmed. If you have 100 LEDs, 30%, I get the math in my head, but it is a question that was asked of me. What would the potential impact be on the surrounding area? How far away would you potentially be able to see it? And what about light pollution? Is there a way to ensure that the light doesn't filter up, but that it filters down? And Mr. Boyes, thank you very much for having a beautiful way of managing and moving forward in your business. I appreciate your model. These are questions that I would like to have asked in if we could get the answers to that for the constituents, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
Sure, I can take a stab
Please,
at
sir.
the question about lumens if you want. I'm not a real technical expert, so I don't know how good a job I can do, but I'll take a stab at it. With LED technology, we measure brightness in something called nits, N-I-T-S, instead of lumens. Probably more technical than we need to be tonight, but to sort of answer your question more sort of subjectively, just, you know, in my experience seeing these in real life as we build them, during the day, the brightness is never a concern. It just sort of looks like a regular sign, to be honest with you. And so brightness is only a concern at nighttime. And we turn our brightness down, as Wes mentioned, down to 30%. And we sort of played with it when we first installed these signs. We feel like we want to be responsible members of the community, and we're not you know, out to shine bright lights in people's bedroom windows at night or anything. And so we think that 30% is an appropriate level that allows people to see it at night, but doesn't sort of cause, you know, unnecessary brightness and sort of, you know, is dark sky friendly, if you will. Another part of your question was whether the light shines sort of vertically, and the way the LED screens are designed is that the light shines strictly horizontally, so there's really no light going upwards. It's sort of pointing horizontally towards the vehicles as they drive by, if you will. So they're dark sky friendly in that regard, in that none of the light is pointing upwards into the sky.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the clarification. Madam Clerk, any calls at this point?
Deputy
Nope.
Mayor?
There are no calls.
There's no calls. You could likely call the
Wonderful.
meeting portion.
Well, I'd like to thank, I'll refer last question to Councillor Gordon, then we'll close this meeting.
Thanks. I just had a couple. I think Councillor Main does too. I know that we've done brightness tweaks on LED signs for other businesses in town where there was complaints about it being too bright. I think the Health Hub has an LED sign, and there's a guy on Yonge Street, real estate company that has an LED sign that was super bright for a while and is now not super bright. But I'm just wondering, what's the hydro source of this thing? Is it solar, or they have to run infrastructure to it? And also, is there any environmental concern at all with birds, deer? I don't know, whatever. I'm not super the environmental guy, but I'm just thinking something bright in a place that's traditionally been dark. Does it warrant any environmental, you know, assessment or something, or is this truly, as the mayor is suggesting, you know, it's just really a like for like replacement, you know, moving it to make it conform, and it's just a different kind of sign. Welcome to the, you know, the new decade.
Ms. Hadley, is there, Hanley, is there any environmental issues that we should be concerned about?
We can follow up with that in the staff report.
Wonderful. Mr. Crown, did you have something to add?
Yeah, if I could, Deputy Mayor, just some concluding comments, if I could.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Generally, when I approach these sorts of applications, particularly where it's something that council may not have had in front of them in the past, I like to frame the consideration of the application through a series of questions that I pose to myself and that I think would help council when you're thinking about this application, when you receive the detailed staff report with respect to this matter. And those three questions are as follows. I'm going to give you the question, and I'm going to give you a very quick opinion on them as well. The first question is, does the town have existing billboard signs in the community, or is this the very first one? And the short answer is there are a number of existing billboard signs in the community. So a billboard sign in the town of Midland is not unusual, and it's not a new standard, and not something that should require a full and detailed review and assessment of the bylaw before you even consider it. Are there existing illuminated signs in the town, or is this something new? And the short answer is this is not the first illuminated commercial sign in the town of Midland. It is the first of this technology, but there are a number of existing illuminated signs in the community, some most recently installed on King Street with the real estate office. So it's not new to the town of Midland. And the last question is, the town in its bylaw allows applications for amendments to this bylaw. And the question is there a better location for a new sign with this technology in the community? And I think it's our position and my client's position that there really isn't a better location for a billboard sign in the town of Midland. There's an existing one in this location, and we're proposing to replace it with a new billboard sign in what may be the best location in the town of Midland for a billboard sign. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, members of council, appreciate your time and your attention. If there are any questions that come out of this, or if Ms. Handley has any questions, particularly as she gets into probably a very long planning report, which she may not know I write regularly, but council is aware. But if she has any questions, she can contact me and we can help her through the morass of our planning opinion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crown. Appreciate the support. Councillor Main, I noticed you had a question, and we'll try to wrap this up.
Yeah, just a quick question. So obviously we're going to get the report, and then we'll decide if we're going to approve it or not at a subsequent meeting. That would end with us, our decision. It's non-appealable. I'm guessing it's not through the planning channels. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Main. This is a municipal act bylaw and a municipal act process that the town has mirrored, very similar to the Planning Act process, but there are no appeals to the LPAT through this process.
Thank you very much. Go Leicester City, Wes.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any call-ins at this point?
There are none, so I believe you can
Wonderful.
call the meeting to an end.
Well, thank everyone for joining us this evening. We greatly appreciate it. And we'll call this meeting to an end, this public meeting to an end. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have deputations and petitions. And the first up is 8.1, a petition to Edge Hill Park playground equipment replacement. Madam Clerk, is there a deputant, or are we just receiving a petition at this evening?
There is no deputant, so the petition is just received for council's information tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And you'll distribute that to council members?
The petition was actually attached to the agenda.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure everyone's available to view it. It's available to the public on our agenda. Next up, we have a proposed new tour boat at Midland Harbor, Stony Lake Cruises, and we have Captain Bill Thompson to present to council. Mr. Thompson. Thank you very much for coming this evening, and appreciate the opportunity for your boat to come to Midland. Is Mr. Thompson with us?
Yep, I guess I'm technically challenged.
That's fine.
And I can't get the video on, so you don't get to see my ugly mug.
Oh, well, we'll look forward to seeing him down at the town dock. It's all yours.
Oh, I guess I get it. Yep, okay. I think this might even work. Anyways, I am the owner of Stony Lake Cruises. We operated up on Stony Lake in 2019. We didn't operate last year. I've been in this business essentially since 1985. I've known the DeBow family and found out kind of at the last minute I had to move off of Stony Lake, that the Miss Midland had been sold, and was going to Tober Mori. I thought, well, geez, these issues we were having with not North Township, but with our neighbor, an adjoining resort. I had to build a parking lot on their property, and I'm not going to go into it anyway. It was time to find a new location, and literally we were on the verge of going to Buckhorn, and found out that the Miss Midland had been sold, and I said, well, that's a lot lot better spot to relocate to. So I kind of zipped right up there and spent 3 days, and kind of drove around Monday morning to try and find out how to get everything in place. And with the help of a lot of help from Rick Elziel and Andy. As I said, I've been in this business 36 years now. This will be 1, 2, 3. I think the 5th cruise line that I've actually started. I bought this boat in December of 2018. Kind of funny, I rode on it when I was about 14 or 15. These old boats seem to come back and haunt me. I end up owning them. We are pretty excited. We did a study through Peterborough Economic Development and Ontario Tourism that essentially said that for every 5,000 passengers, there's about a $1.9 million spin-off benefit to the town. Creates jobs. I just signed a lease yesterday for a catering kitchen and our offices, and then of course with COVID and planning for the worst and just in case, we're also going to open it as a takeout restaurant and delivery for now, and that'll keep me out of trouble in the winter. The boat itself was built at Hike Metal Products in Wheatley. It ended up in the States about 25 years ago, and we are April of 2019, we completely painted it top to bottom, new furniture, new, you name it, it was done. Major costs to get it, when a boat comes back from the States or into Canada, it has to comply with the rules for that year. So we, pretty extensive fire system, fireproof insulation, life rafts, 220 new life jackets, dual navigation lights on, and then having that it sat out last year, we're kind of going at it again, stripping a lot of the paint, repainting it, taking it to dry dock, having the bottom painted. We're removing the smokestack is a big thing because it takes up a fair amount of room in the dining room and a ton of room on the upper deck. So we're going to do that to get it opened up a little bit more. I also spent 10 years in the private yacht business, so I'm pretty picky. That's why we do our own catering. Other than that, not a whole heck of a lot I can say. I was speaking to Angie Dubois yesterday. I think Angie's going to come and work with me, and we're just excited about getting to Midland and fervently praying that we're going to be able to operate this summer. It's with the lockdown and stuff, it's a great unknown, but as I said, the boat exceeds the 2019 Transport Canada safety standards. We're going to offer, I think it's 17 cruises a week, lunch every day, a sightseeing every day. Wednesday nights we do a kind of a tapas craft wine tasting cruise. Friday nights we do a barbecue chicken and rib cruise. Saturday night we do a prime rib cruise. Of course, we rent it out for weddings, corporate parties, family reunions, just about anything that you want. I've discovered a new reservation system that is real state of the art, in that you can set it and say, okay, I need a minimum of 10 people before I'm going to go out on a lunch cruise. And so it's kind of nice because you can set it and say, okay, I need a minimum of 10. And his honor, the mayor goes on and says, okay, I want to book lunch on July 22nd. it'll respond and say that we don't have enough. We're going to hold your credit card. We don't have enough people for that cruise as of yet. When we do, we'll charge your card, or it will be advised 72 hours in advance, and you can either get a refund or choose another date. And last year was real tough. We thought we were going to run with a two-way argument. My accountant kept telling me, do not go, do not go, do not go. And my best friend said, oh, everybody will be chopping at the bit to go. And from July 1st to August the 23rd, we only booked $20,000 in reservation. It's like, that doesn't cover fuel, and that won't cover the fuel, the insurance. It's not worth operating. So one of the nice things about this new reservation system, which the website and the online reservations, I mean, should be up in about a week or so. Kind of to test the waters for this year, rather than having people pay for tickets in full, they can make a reservation with a $25 deposit. That'll give me an idea of where I stand insofar as whether people are willing to go out. I was the minister at a webinar with the Minister of Tourism last Monday, and they had a fellow on there from Ipsos. They pulled 28 countries, and the questions were along lines of, would you travel locally? Would you travel? In every single category, Canada came up number 1 or number 2 for being afraid. So I kind of, this talk from what I've seen of everybody chomping the bit and wanting to get out of the house now to lockdown. I don't think that's quite true. We'll see what happens, but from our standpoint, it's rough. If we don't run this year, it'll be 32 months without any cash flow other than government loans or grants. And I'm just thrilled about getting the boat moved over to Midland. Real excited about getting over there and showing people a little bit of a different standard of what a dinner boat is nowadays.
Well, Captain Thompson, we must say we're very happy to have you.
Thank you.
That's for sure. We were quite concerned when the Miss Midland left our area, and we're so happy to have you come and join us. So would you consider taking some questions from council? I'm sure we have a bunch of questions for you, if that's all right.
Be more than happy to.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. I echo that. Hopefully we're rolling out the carpet for you. There was a void, briefly as Miss Midland. I mean, they've operated here for so many years, and the family just, it wears you out. So the fact that you're willing to come and fill that gap, big shoes to fill, and maybe even work with the Dubos, that's awesome. I'm just wondering, what does the town need to do to accommodate you? Have you been in talks about, like, is there a lease arrangement for dockage, hydro, like what? I don't know what all the details were with the Miss Midland over the decades, but I would assume we can replicate those quite easily and accommodate you guys. And I don't know if that's already been done and it's more a fait accompli, or if we need to approve this, because, I think if we took a vote tonight on whether or not we're going to welcome you to town in our dock, I think I know how that's going to end. But I'm just wondering what processes happen from behind the scenes, and I see Mr. Campbell, so I'll stop talking now.
Captain?
Yeah, we've got, between working with Rick and Andy, everything kind of pretty much in place down to, I forgot to ask Rick whether there's a hose nearby, and I'm sure there is for fresh water, but I was up there in the last couple of days just to actually, it was Monday. I have a fifth wheel trailer that the gal that managed the boat for me over on Stony Lake is going to live in, and so we got it moved into trailer park Monday, and I was walking out the dock, and Rick yelled at me. He said, check and see if that's the right plug. I said, well, why do you think I'm walking out the dock, Rick? So we may have to change a plug on the dock. everything else is, it looks like the boat's going to fit there perfectly and line up with the way things are set up, but no problem. So we're in pretty good shape that way, I believe.
That's fantastic news. Mr. Campbell, you have anything to add?
Yes, we're just finalizing the lease agreement. Captain Thompson's already provided a check for the fees for the entire summer. So we're just working with the clerk whether we have to bring the lease agreement to council for approval or if staff have the authority to sign off on it. So
I think it's approved by us.
We're working through all the details.
Yeah, I think we appreciate that, but I would say it's approved. But if you need us to rubber stamp it, we'll be happy to do that. I can't see anybody objecting. But thank you so much for all your hard work. Any other questions or comments for Councillor Main?
Sorry, I just didn't get the technical specs on the vessel. What was the capacity and what's the range? I'm guessing a 3-hour cruise. You can go as fast as, or as far as you can, as fast as you can go, or as casually as you can go. Just curious about the size, how many people can fit on the cruise. Thank you.
Okay, the ship is actually one of about at least 13 that I've counted that were kind of the 60s and 70s, the backbone of the Canadian tourboat industry. They're 72 feet long and about 23.5 feet wide, and licensed, mine certified for 200 passengers. When it came back from the States, I had to redo the stability, have a naval architect come in and do the stability. Right now with COVID, it only seats for Peterborough Public Health last year, we did the spacing. It only seats, depending on the group size, 24 to 36 on the main deck and probably another 30 on the upper deck. Whereas in regular form, it probably seats 140 on 2 decks for dinner. It's a little bit slower than the Miss Midland. So we've said that the cruises are going to be a 3-hour cruise, and we'll get that kind of worked out, and I'm working on it, but working on 98 different things kind of at the same time to get all our ducks in order. One minute I'm talking to Revenue Canada, and the next minute putting ether in engines to get them to start, and then walking the dog and everything else in between. So, but yeah, they're great old boats. They're just a lot of friends of mine kid me because I ran private yachts for 10 years, and you know, the joke is that the owner of one of those things can see a fleck of dust on a mosquito's eyebrow from 500 feet, and it's true. So I got kind of pretty Stony Lake, kind of out in the boondocks. There was only one caterer, and I wasn't too happy about the food. So last year, anticipating that we were going to run, I actually leased a Legion kitchen and hired a cook to do our own food. And now over in Midland, I leased, if you're familiar with the Mr. Submarine, behind it, we kind of laugh about it. It was the old methadone clinic, and I've leased that. So we're going to have the takeout restaurant and stuff on one side, and then the offices and the kitchen will be on the other side. And
you got to call it carryout.
Trying to get. I'm sorry.
I was saying you got to call it carryout. That's what they call it. And you get your methadone drink. It's a carry.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, so
There you go.
I wish
And we're not
I
going
didn't.
there.
Well, that sounds wonderful. Councillor McGinn?
Captain, thank you so much for a very down-to-earth conversation. I really appreciate it. There was things that you talked about when you talked about your struggles and how you navigated that, no pun intended, even though it's there. And I appreciated your honesty in that, saying this is the way that you got through struggles. Because for me to be sitting here on this side to hear you be that honest with us, it makes me more endeared to you, and it makes me trust you more. So thank you very much for that. And if you can come down and have that sort of conversation with our harbor master, and I'm when you said it, I imagine there might have been a cuss word in it. That's absolutely fantastic. I can picture that. I can picture what you're talking about. So I appreciate that, and I really look forward to going for a 3-hour cruise, not a 3-hour tour. I don't want to get lost, but a 3-hour tour with you when it's next possible. I'm looking forward to hearing the stories, and in a couple of years' time, hearing the things that you want to share with us and seeing your growth. Thank you very much for stepping into big shoes.
Thank you. It's
Counselor-
actually funny. I told Rick Monday, I said he's my new best friend, whether he likes it or not.
Well, he's a good guy, so you got a good friend there.
Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham, question?
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. This is very exciting. Now, you mentioned, Captain, that you have a new reservation system, and I know that small cruises like yours are fraught with low bookings, which can result in cancellations. And I see some concerns around your business as well on that. Can you describe how this new reservation system and what your policies around cancellation timings would be to try and help exacerbate that concern?
Yeah, we've, in a way, I hate to say it, sound like I'm crazy, but COVID was almost a blessing to us because we do the online reservations. And I kind of used that COVID as an excuse and said, look, you've got to book online, and we do not sell tickets face to face anymore. And it worked real well. Having learned, I'm like I tell everybody, went to high school just a little too early to understand all this computer stuff. When I went, it was data processing cards, and you colored in the boxes. And this new system, I've kind of learned as we've gone. This is the third one in 3 years, and I preferred this one because the hardest trick in this game is you want to get the boat off the dock as much as you possibly can without losing money. And in Stony Lake, because we were new and we started so late due to some mechanical issues and blowing up a motor and stuff, we went out at a loss just so people. So this reservation system, when we have real low numbers to go out with, you can go in and set it up and say, okay, I want X people for lunch cruise. In order to say, and if you go in and say August the 15th, and there aren't enough people at that point, it'll email you or tell you right as you're making your reservation, we're going to hold your credit card 72 hours in advance. I'm sorry, the moment we have enough people, we'll charge your card and confirm your reservation. If it doesn't confirm 72 hours in advance, it's going to say, okay, Mrs. Brown, we're sorry, but we didn't get enough people for this particular departure. And you can either get a full refund or choose an alternative date. And the other thing that I'm working on it's just been a little crazy. I remember this day, you could actually post on there the number of tickets remaining so that we can put a note in there that says, if you want to be assured of a departure, book on a date that shows, 39 seats remaining or less, because that means it's going to go for sure. Not kind of the waiting game. Am I going to get charged next week, or am I going to get charged in 2 weeks? And then as far as cancellations, tough. But to be fair to us, if somebody cancels, especially with the restricted number of seats, like I'm hoping, right, with this lockdown, and it's, nobody, unfortunately, everybody's got an opinion. None of us know the answer. I mean, we aren't going to be able to run unless we're allowed 20 or 25 people outside, and that really we want to see 50 people, and I don't know whether we're going to see it. hopefully we will. It's a great unknown. I run with real small numbers. I mean, my kind of attitude is that there's two columns. There's the fixed costs and the running costs. Well, if I'm getting off the dock and covering the running costs and make 20 bucks, I've paid 20 bucks of the fixed costs off. And I've always done it that way. And, you know, I want to get people out. I'd rather go in the dock too. So we assumed it was the other two reservation systems wouldn't give me that ability where we could, you know, that we used another 2 years ago. It drove me crazy because if we missed one word up in the office supposed to call these people, and she told me she did, and I get a call from the resort next door. I got 6 people standing in my lobby wanting to know why there's nobody on the boat. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? And just gal in the office screwed it up or didn't check them far enough ahead. And so this is automated, so that stuff can't happen. Mistakes like that just won't happen, and it's, you know, fine-tuned to, I think, as great a degree as we'll ever get it.
Sounds like quite the process. So that's fantastic. It's going to be a very exciting summer for hopefully this COVID-19 will be over very quickly. Last question, Councilor Gordon, we'll wrap this up. We have a big night ahead of us still.
Yeah, just a quick suggestion. I think there was another boat that was, you know, in the final stages of setting up shop and doing dinner and cruises and whatnot, and they went to Penetang. But I thought I heard that the Chamber of Commerce had offered to either help book or sell stuff for that agency or that boat, and may still actually be doing that because it's a shared chamber around here. So just as a suggestion to you, if you haven't already talked to the chamber, you may want to reach out to them because they may be able to, you know, help you, especially as everyone is trying to bounce back from COVID this summer. There may be something you could do. You wouldn't have to do it on your own necessarily. You could partner with them in some capacity. So just I believe that's what I heard was the deal.
I know,
in case you considered that.
You're breaking up on us, Captain. I gotta apologize. I think we might have lost.
I think.
Captain, I think we lost you, man. But I want to thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for coming to Midland. And we greatly appreciate everything. Thank you very much, sir. We apologize. I think we have lost you. We'll go on. Thank you very much, sir. Pass along our thank you, if you could, Madam Clerk. Next up, we have items withdrawn from the consent agenda.
Mayor, I think Councillor Prost is looking at you to get your attention.
Oh, Councillor Prost, yes.
I apologize. I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Oh, that's okay. I don't think anyone saw it either. So backtrack to the Edge Hill Park petition.
Yes.
When do we speak to that, or is that
it was a petition and they didn't deputate, so we just take that for information at this point. If there's a notice of motion that you'd like to bring forward with regards to it, that is more than your right, but is that right, Madam Clerk? I'm not sure how a petition, when I've never been on council when they've had a petition and no deputant.
I'm just going to ask Madam Clerk Durush if she can help me out with this. I'm not exactly sure about the process.
I apologize, Councillor Prost. I did not see your hand. I am very sorry.
The petition was just provided for information at this time. Certainly council will have an opportunity to consider the issue, but I think our Mr. Campbell actually can provide some further detail as to what is going on with the park replacement program.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, it was hard to hear.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's better. That's much better.
sorry about that. Okay, yes, so I was just going to say that Mr. Campbell is prepared to provide some additional information on the status of the park replacement program, if that would assist in providing some answers to Councillor Pro's questions.
Okay, thank you.
So next, thank you. So we'll move on to reports withdrawn from the consent agenda for council consideration. And the first one up is 10.1. Yes.
Deputy Mayor, my apologies. Yes. Could we have a quick break?
Of course we can. I didn't realize the time. It is 9:10. Well, if 6 minutes are enough, we'll return back at 9:15.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn for 6 minutes, if that's all right. Ad hoc homeless action committee dated May 19th, 2021 be received, and that the mandate of the ad hoc homeless action committee be completed and the committee be dissolved. I need a mover and a seconder with regards to this item. Moved by Councillor Gordon and second by Councillor Main. Councillor Gordon, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, so I'd love to stand before you virtually and tell you that we solved homelessness in Midland after 4 meetings, but we did not. What I will tell you instead is that the action committee was really action in name only, but what it did do is bring together knowledge, and it basically allowed us to curate and understand the issues that are being faced in our municipality, how they relate to the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, which was a member of our community, member of our committee, as well as Simcoe County Alliance to End Homelessness. So we had all the key stakeholders dropping truth bombs on us, and you can watch those meetings on YouTube about what's going on nationally and what's going on in the county, the efforts from our neighboring municipalities, all the stakeholder agencies in North Simcoe, and that of course included we had community members on our committee as well. So we met, we learned, we were frustrated at things that were beyond our control and out of our reach and not in our jurisdiction. But it wasn't hopeless and it wasn't worthless. It was absolutely a good use of our time forming this little ad hoc committee. However, we did decide that rather than meeting for the sake of meeting and sharing the realities of homelessness and what we can actually do as a municipality, we thought it would be better served to wrap up the ad hoc committee as an educational experience, affirming what most of us already knew and believed about what we could do and what we can't, and to look for new ways to try and serve the homelessness in our community as they start to come out of the hotels and motels they're currently in and have been throughout the pandemic. So that kind of ties into a motion that we are going to discuss later in the meeting this evening. So as just a spoiler alert, what I'm proposing and what the committee's proposing instead is that to keep that bridge that we've built between the SCADA, the Simcoe County Alliance to End Homelessness, and council intact, and build on what we just created over the past few months of meeting, that we actually have a counselor, either named or just ex-counselors are free to attend the SCADA meetings happen monthly, to be that information bridge so that we can be more connected with the issues they're facing as frontline support folks for homelessness, and we can give council perspective, and we could bring information back to council where if there's spots that we actually can take action against homelessness in our community. So that we're going to debate that separately as a notice of motion, but that's the reason why we're suggesting that we dissolve this ad hoc committee, that effectively fulfilled its mandate to the best it could in the short time it had, that we learned a lot from it, and we found a way to be more useful and more engaged with the stakeholders that have all this knowledge. And that's what I'll be proposing later tonight in the motions for which notice was given. So that's kind of the Cole's notes of why this motion is before us tonight in the form of, why this report is before us tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gordon. Any other questions, comments? Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gordon. I found it as a bit of a surprise, especially after the CAO attended your previous meeting and offered several options for the committee to think about actioning. For example, reaching out to the community to say that these people are people just like you, and sort of a campaign to remove the stigma around homeless and so on. That was one of a number. But I think more surprising for me is that given the passion that you and Councillor McGinn and Councillor Prost brought to council in terms of advocating for tent cities and homeless and so on, that the committee's winding up that quickly. I mean, it's been pretty clear from the outset that a lot of the responsibility for this stuff does reside at county. The county programs run by Mr. Bishop's group are directed almost exclusively to individuals who are looking at homelessness or sheltered accommodation or transition housing and so on. Point to 130 units being built in Aurelia, another 140 or so having been built in Collingwood, and so on, addressing a fairly broad spectrum of housing within in situ support. So I have to say I'm a little surprised that it would wind up that quickly. SCAT has been around for a long time, as the report points out. They serve a useful function, and they're certainly knowledgeable. There's their meetings, as far as I know, have been open to councillors for some time. Should councillors choose to go, in fact, I think Councillor Gordon did attend one, and I think perhaps Councillor Cunningham did as well, early on, to get some insights from them, and then which led up to the formation of the committee. And I would point out that that was unanimous support for the committee. So I guess I'll just end by asking, so who do people talk to when they're dealing with homeless issues? Is it going to be SCAT? Is it going to be the county? Just where's that going to go, do you think?
Councillor Gordon?
Thanks. So those are good observations. And believe me, we didn't come by this decision lightly. What we found we were doing is almost replicating what's already in place. So we have the Simcoe County Alliance and Homelessness Rep. We have the Canadian Alliance and the Homelessness Rep. We have 3 councillors, and councillors are learning, and they're just sharing what they know with us. And we're not really sharing a lot with them. It's really, we're having this wisdom imparted upon us. And we got that, drinking from a fire hose over the short time we were together. And we realized quickly that these were duplicating efforts. We were taking time out of their schedule when they're actually serving the very people whom we're talking about to meet and educate us in our own little forum that we created. So I think just out of to be fair to them and their efforts, council as a whole should continue to receive people's concerns about homelessness, not, 1 or 2 of us. And that bridge that we would have by formally being part of SCATA, because I know we can just go as independents right now, but by making that commitment as a council, that in place of having a separate committee that's effectively trying to learn and do the same thing that SCATA is doing, why wouldn't we just work together in one? There's already an established organization. We have direct communication with them. We can meet with them monthly and continue this mission and mandate without the ad hoc committee, which I was 100% behind. I thought, man, we had that ad hoc committee, we can do all this stuff. We'll call it the action committee. And we quickly learned that there isn't a lot of direct action we can take, especially right now when everybody's housed. That's going to change. But the SCATA folks are well positioned. They've looked forward. They have this plotted. They have resource, gaps clearly, and they definitely are going to need council and this municipality's help, as well as our neighbors, to try and deal with this issue moving forward. So the best way to deal with that, in our opinion, is let's join. Why try and replicate? Let's just be part of their organization. So that's why, in a nutshell, why we're bringing this tonight, and we want to do that, continue doing that. I hope that answers your question to some degree.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. I had Councillor McGinn, then or did you have a follow-up, Mayor Strathern?
Yeah, I just Sorry, I just lost my connection there. I appreciate that you've come to the point where you realize that there are other levels of government and organizations tasked with dealing with this, and we as a town really don't have a lot of options. I mean, when we look at just the attainable housing issue, we're running a questionnaire right now. We've got about 150 responses in the last 3 days, and it's continuing a stream. It's clear that there's a housing issue in town. You heard that from Matthias Palche, I believe his name was, and others. And it's clear that the federal funding for the motel program is going to come to an end. I would have thought that you would be able to pull this information from SCATA and county and whomever, and provide some direction, I guess, a sense of direction that the town could follow. For example, do we just follow the lead of the people who are responsible? What mechanisms might be available to us to do something? I tend to agree with your observation that there is not a lot that the municipality can do other than sort of provide a street outreach. That would be one to me. So you get in there and you start to really augment street outreach. That would be one place where I would put some emphasis on destigmatizing people who are homeless. And I think we come to a realization that people who are homeless, it's not a monolithic condition. There are people who are homelessness for a variety of reasons, some of whom will move into a shelter, then into transitional housing, and maybe into supportive housing. Others will, because it was perhaps a temporary financial issue, be dealt with. So I was kind of hoping that this committee would come forth with some form of roadmap that would help those folks in a way that we can actually implement without getting into some serious costs associated with tax levy and so on. So I accept that you've come to that conclusion. I have to say I'm a bit disappointed by it, but I think that the reality is that the problem's not going to go away, and we'll be looking at it again in 6 months and maybe reconstitute the committee. So thank you for your efforts, and I would say that yes, people can bring their concerns to town hall, but who is it that you see as the people who are actually going to have the ability to deal with it, I guess is the question I was asking. And I guess that'll come out at some point.
You know what, I didn't directly speak to that, I should. So there are things that we discussed at the committee level, such as bringing drinking water to where the homeless encampments are. So they have a source of clean drinking water. I don't mean like running plumbing to them, but using our PUC water truck and trailer, for example, and going around to where those encampments are at intervals and providing them with fresh drinking water. We also are going to need to look at the potential of adding more porta potties, right, to where the folks are living. These are things that a committee could bring to us as a recommendation, or individual councillors like myself and Councillor Prost or Cunningham or anyone of us could see this need and recognize it either from attending SCATA or just, listening to the community. And we can do that as a council together. And I suggest to you that you will see motions coming from me for those very things to happen once we've identified where the encampments are and we have the ability to do it. And those are ideas that came from this ad hoc committee. And the beautiful part about ad hoc committees, as you just alluded to, is that they come together, they serve some kind of purpose, then they collapse, and they can be reconstituted at any time. And I would welcome that opportunity again if there was actually action for us to take it at some point. But right now, we're kind of in limbo. We've learned, to your point, not a lot of power in our hands, but we can take things like getting clean drinking water to them, or putting those porta potties where they need them, putting a garbage bin so that stuff's not just, a strew everywhere as we see it now, and then servicing that garbage at some interval. Simple, actionable things we can take. And I don't think we need a committee to drive that. I think we, as the 9 of us, can come up with these on our own and choose to support them or not. So those are the kind of things that are going to come in the coming months for myself and potentially other councillors. And I'll attend those SCATA ones as best as I can, whether I'm tapped to be that person by council or I'll just do it on my own. because I'm going to be looking for ways and insights from the stakeholders who deal with them on a daily basis, how we can help in our own little microcosm of municipality. So I do appreciate your concerns. And I did feel a little sense of deflation when we were talking about wrapping this up. But I wanted to really make sure people don't come to the conclusion that, you know, somehow we think we've solved this problem, and nor that we're walking away and giving up on it, just choosing to do it collaboratively.
Councillor McGinn?
So at this, you know, Councillor Gordon, you said it fantastically. You're an incredible speaker. So you spoke to a lot of points that I was going to say, so I'm not going to repeat it. I have some things that I'm going to be bringing forward. And at this time, it was the best use of resources for the people who were attending. It wasn't exactly how we all hoped it would go. There are restrictions that are in place right now because of the pandemic. But what came out of it was, I actually think, was better ways of us collaborating and greater ways for us to bring our passions together and work in such a way that doesn't only impact only Midland, but to recognize that it isn't only a Midland issue. So going to a different table, we're actually going to be, well, to use a descriptor, we're going to be eating with more people who have more solutions and more ideas. Are we responsible for Midland as Midland councillors? Yes, we most certainly are. But we need to have a robust group of people to bring unique ideas. We need somewhere where we can say, here's something that's specific to us. Do you have resources or somewhere else that we can, you know, somebody else that we can talk to who has a solution for this specific concern? What worked for you? So, you know, sitting with SCADA is one of the best things that we can do. They already exist. They're already doing great work. We don't need to replicate what they're doing, but we need to make a point, even if, yes, you're allowed to sit there, but if we make it something where it's expected that we sit there, then, to speak to your point, Mr. Mayor, then people who want to reach out to a Midland councillor will know that. But it has to be something, in my opinion, that we are all on board with. You all supported this, and I appreciate that. But at this time, it wasn't, we weren't capable of having very many actionable items that we could put into place right now. So we were trying to be responsible. And what came out of it was, can you turn that off, please? Thank you, honey. Was us having a renewed sense of capacity and ability based on being in touch with more people and in the right way and at the right time.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. You've heard the question, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? So carried. Thank you. Next up on the agenda is report CSR-2001-32 MPUC investment policy update dated May 19, 2021 be received, and that as recommended by the MPUC Sales Proceeds Investment Committee, Council approved the proposed amendments to the MPUC Sales Proceeds Investment Policy Investment Guidelines for the MPUC Legacy Fund and Community-Wide Initiatives Funds as recommended in the Analyst section of Report CSR 2021-32. I need a seconder, mover and a seconder. Moved by Mayor Strathern, second by Councillor Cunningham. Any questions or comments with regards? Councillor Gordon?
Thank you. I watch these meetings on YouTube with great interest. Not that I'm any savvy investor guy, but we're talking about, you know, $20 million. So the half of that is in the Community-Wide Initiatives Fund, which when previous council structured this, that was going to be, you know, invested at some point, and we would be able to loan ourselves money from that to do community-wise initiatives. And when council approved the splash pad, which hopefully will get built next year, the plan was to draw funds from that community-wise initiative fund so that we could top up whatever we couldn't, have community raised. At the time, it was Lions. That may or may not come to pass because of COVID and whatnot, but there may be other people that step up. Who knows? But whatever that deficit is to get that project done was going to come from this fund. So I guess I wanted some assurances that although it's being earmarked to go into short-term investments, which during the meetings was described as 18 months or less, however, I don't see that language anywhere on this policy. Just want some assurances that it's still available for the things we plan to use it for, even though we haven't made a concrete plan about what we're going to use it for. But as we discuss that coming up with the next budget, our last budget in this term, I just want to make sure that maybe it's in a short-term investment. Is that lending ability for council still there? And I'll tie that in with the request, the petition. Sorry, I'll just tie it in with the petition that we got tonight that we didn't really talk to, and that I do look forward to that report coming because I agree with that petition. I'll say straight up, I don't think we should be targeting just 4 parks. I think we should target every park. We closed them all at the same time, took all the equipment out. I get there's only so much money to go around, but I think we need to spread the wealth, and I'll speak to that in greater detail when we hit that report. But the community-wide initiative fund is another source of potential funding. So we're not putting in one teeter-totter and 8 or 9 parks. We can actually do something substantial that's a little beyond the budget that we currently have. So there are options, and I just want to make sure that this policy, which seems well researched, I listened to the debates on the meetings, doesn't preclude us from doing the things we had already previously hoped we could do with this fund.
Mr. Jeremy?
Councillor Gordon through Chair Ross. Yes, I can confirm that community-wide initiatives reserve the ability for the town to draw funds from that particular component is in no way impeded by the investment strategy and the initial investment portfolio mix that we're looking at for the funds. Just by way of reminder on how the MPUC funds are currently allocated, there really are 2 very distinct streams. One is the MPUC Legacy Fund. That's the real long-term stuff. And that's where the guidance that we received from the investment committee and from the best practices that we see across most municipalities would say, put that money into longer term investments to hopefully yield better returns over the longer term. Contrast that with the community-wide initiatives reserve fund. That's the one where we're using it as essentially an internal bank. We need the ability to borrow from that fund, from that money, and cycle it on a regular basis. What we're currently looking at for this initial mix for that portion of it is purely leaving it in the high interest savings account, which is completely liquid, and we can take the money out of there at any time. It still, of course, has the other aspects of the policy, such as any borrowed funds must be repaid with interest. This approach in no way prevents us from using it as it was intended to be used.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Appreciate it. Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? I see none. Oh, Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. Jeremy. I'm just looking at Table 5 and Table 6 in the report for the community-wide fund. The initial investment is through the HISA, high interest savings account, but Table 6 shows a distribution that tends to be focused on fairly liquid but slightly higher yield, like government bonds and corporate bonds. That's the target, is it not, is to move out of HISA into those which are still liquid but give you a better return.
Mr. Jeremy?
Your Worship, through Deputy Mayor Ross, when we reach a point that we have a better handle on our long-range financial planning and how the pressures of our capital program and other exposures that the town may have are likely to play out, it's at that stage where we would look to potentially deploy some of the community-wide initiatives monies into some longer term investments. But before we do that, we really want to be able to see what the cash flow needs are going to be for the organization as a whole. It could very well be that when we look out to the future, we're able to see that of the roughly $10 million that's there, we only really ever anticipate needing to have say 5 million of it in cycle at any given time. And because of that, we can deploy some of that money to some longer term investments to, again, hopefully improve those longer term yields. But we'll hold off on that until we have a better sense of what our cash flow needs, both in terms of amount and timing, are going to be.
Follow up, Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, through you too, Mr. Jeremy. I understand that sometime this year we'll be able in a better position to look at the 10-year, I think, cash requirements or capital projects. But if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the original mandate, there's a proviso that we need to ensure that we don't see erosion through cost of living, through inflation. And so that's why, as I understood it, we would look to just, if we can, we should be moving some funds to just cover off the inflationary component. Like I understand in the US right now, inflation's running at over 4%. Now that's not true here because we don't have the same stimulus going on. But can you speak to that?
Your Worship, through, thanks. Your Worship, through Deputy Mayor Ross. On the legacy fund, there is definitely a new provision that was added in there at the recommendation of the investment committee back in 2020 around ensuring the inflation adjusted opening balance was retained, and that essentially meant that we wouldn't be looking to disperse any of the funds unless it was in excess of inflation. So that's the legacy fund. For the community-wide side of it, I'm not sure if that provision applies quite the same way. If we're borrowing from this fund, we're paying back at market rates for interest, which may be sufficient to cover off inflationary adjustments that may be in there. So short answer is, off the top of my head, on the community-wide piece, I'm not sure that the inflationary component has the same, is intended to work the same way as for the legacy side.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Follow up.
I'll just one comment, and I'll leave Mr. Jeremy alone. I know that when the two funds were originally talked about, and CFO Turnbull was doing up the sort of terms of reference for the two funds, inflation was a factor that was considered in both funds, simply because to fail to do so, the rates, for example, that were charged for the funds on King Street, there's no way that's going to cover inflation. So there was a consideration for it. I get that how you treat it may be different depending on the two funds, but they're both, otherwise you eventually inflate yourself to zero. So I'll just leave it alone. I don't need an answer to that, unless you want to give one.
Mr. Jeremy, care to answer?
No, that's all right.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor of this motion? All right, I got 5, so carried. Thank you. Next item, we have staff report CSR-2021-33 draft traffic calming policy and guide dated May 19, 2021 be received, and that council directs staff to undertake public consultation of the draft traffic calming policy and traffic guide as attached to this report, and report back to council on the outcome of the consultation and the pilot locations. And 2, that council approve the speed reduction and the new stop signs as detailed in table 2 of this report, and direct staff to revise bylaw 2020-65 accordingly. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Main, second by Councillor Chesky. Any, Councillor Main?
Thank you so much for this. I think I put forward a motion in the last term to talk about bringing forward a traffic calming policy for the town of Midland. Some things take time to develop, and so very appreciative of all the hard work to develop this policy. It's very modern. It's very, I think it's going to be a very good tool for the town of Midland to consider. And so I'll hold my comments on the technical details of the traffic calming policy and look forward for the public giving us lots of feedback. The public consultation component, I think, is going to be greatly appreciated. And the only comment I was going to make was for the sign locations, we've had some correspondence from some of the residents close to First and Bay. And so there's the one recommendation to change it from the two-way to the other way. The one comment I wanted to ask was, or the question I had to ask was, is a four-way stop sign appropriate for that intersection? I know the Bay Shore to Bay stub is very short, but it just for turning movements, it might solve some problems. So that was the question. And again, thanks Andy, thanks Mitch and Madeline, and thanks all the staff for working on this.
Who would like to answer Councillor Gordon's, Councillor Main's question? I see Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, well, thank you very much through Deputy Mayor. Yeah, the recommendation is basically saying, let's take this out to consultation. There's a lot of ideas in this policy, a lot of things that we can do. Some people want more, some may want less. But I think, really the discussion and comments from yourself, we can gather all those comments through public consultation and then bring something back. Specifically to Councillor Main's question on First and Bay, it is the problem of you turn southbound off Bay Shore and you immediately hit a stop sign today. That's causing part of the problem. From a traffic engineering side, that should be the throughput. That is our truck route. All the trucks are going there, and it should have the stop control in the east-west direction. So our recommendation in this report is to switch that around. Let's give it a try. It should work better. And that's the recommendation of staff. So again, this report, there's a few issues that we think we can deal with tonight, which is recommendation 2. Let's get those going. That'll make some improvements in a few locations in town. And then let's go to public consultation on the balance. And all of your comments, we'd be glad to hear during that public consultation period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Follow-up, Councillor Main?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. We're getting some correspondence from some residents who are already reading this and they're getting excited about this or getting disappointed about that. I just want a quick comment on how going about collectors and arterial roads. The plan basically says that collectors and arterial roads are not necessarily appropriate for traffic calming because they're basically, the big pipes that we move all the cars in. They're not your residential streets or your local roads. So I think that's an issue that I don't think anyone has a solution to. How do you slow down the cars on roads where you want them to be going quickly so anyways, that's a big question that I think we'll have to take some time to think about. So thank you.
I have Councillor Gordon, then I have the Mayor. Councillor Gordon?
Thanks. I think everyone's got the same email I got, or several of them from the Active Transportation Committee, which Councillor Main's on. It seems that either some things have changed since they saw a draft of this, or it never went to the Active Transportation Committee, which seems a little bizarre. I can't imagine that's the case, but the emails are from the Active Transportation Committee, not officially as a committee, but from members of it saying, hey, what happened to us? So, we've got all kinds of input we can provide on parts of this, and they don't think they should be relished to the public consultation phase. Did this bypass the Active Transportation, or why? Why is it before us now and they're giving us these emails tonight saying there's all kinds of things that aren't addressed in this report that they'd like to speak about?
Can I, as a committee member, can I speak to that?
Councillor Main, please.
The reason why is that this is coming from the engineering department. And so the Active Transportation Committee acts as an advisory to the town. And so we've been discussing the traffic calming policy at the committee level, but it's not the committee's document. And so that's why, as an advisory position, once it goes out to public consultation, just like master plans or the transportation master plan, official plan, whatever, that's the opportunity for a very vocal, focused stakeholder to make those opportunities. So that's the reason why it comes to council first. We thumbs up and then put it out to the public, and then we'll receive those comments. But I know that there's several members of the committee that are very excited to see this document, and we're going to have a lot of fun discussing it. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you, Councillor Main. Councillor Gordon, follow up. Then I have Councillor Downer. I apologize. I missed Councillor Downer, and then I have Mayor Strathern.
So then all of their concerns that they've relayed in these emails are going to be addressed through the public consultation phase and will form part of the summary that we get when this is recommended to go from draft to a final policy. Is that a fair assessment?
Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then my other quick question was about the submission we have from Ms. Dupuis and basically unanimous submission from all the people on Midland Point Road requesting a speed reduction. They did this right after another neighborhood was successful in their petition, and we, collectively agreed to reduce the speed on their road. I understand there is a marked difference between the Sleepy Little Road on the waterfront and what is clearly a collector road. However, to be fair to them, we're changing the process kind of like after they've already talked to us and we're expecting us to vote yes or no on the speed reduction. And now they'd be expected to submit a form and go through a study and review, which, by the way, I do support evidence-based decision-making. I'd like to have facts and figures, not just emotional decisions. But it just seems a little unfair to them that they came to us with a request basically unanimous from their entire street asking for a reduction similar to their neighbors. And then we kind of just slid it off, and now there's a whole new policy with lots of red tape involved and more studying and delays. What do we say to the residents on that road now? Like they're not really targeted in this report.
Mr. Campbell, you care to answer? I don't know.
Oh, they're specifically targeted in this report that this policy is not recommending a speed reduction from staff on collector roads. So that is staff's position. That's in front of council tonight, and it'll be in front of the public for public consultation.
Wonderful.
Okay, so they'll have to provide input at the public consultation and see if that position can be changed, perhaps on an ad hoc basis.
Okay.
Or not. Okay.
Councillor Downer?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. It concerns me the lack of the OPP in this report. I don't pretend to be a traffic expert, but I do know if you lower the speed to 40, people are still going to speed. Like there's proof of that on 4th Street. That hasn't slowed anybody down. So are we involving the OPP in these decisions, whether we're moving stop signs or whether we're lowering speed limits or traffic calming measures within the town? They're the experts. Shouldn't we be consulting with them a little more closely?
Mr. Campbell?
They are part of the discussions that we have. One of the challenges is their database of collision with the transfer from the Midland Police to OPP. That database doesn't have the history there. So we are in discussions with them. In this report today, the speed reduction is only in our parks. So it's not a big OPP issue. The townwide speed reduction or speed reductions on other streets, again, would be part of the public consultation period. And of course, the OPP enforcement, as we all know, is an issue. They are interested in keeping traffic moving. I'm sure they would have some comments if we were to suggest a 40-kilometer town-wide and what the impacts and ability to enforce would be. But those are the things we want to have in the consultation. But we are in contact with the OPP, as we talk about traffic issues.
Thank you.
Mayor Strathern?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ross. I'd just like to point out that Mr. Sobel sits on the Active Transportation Committee, and I believe there may be one other staff person there as well. So it's well staffed. well-staffed committee, people who bring expert knowledge to that committee. So it should be no surprise to committee members that this report's coming forward. And as Councillor Main has indicated, it's been discussed fairly significantly, I understand, at the committee level, and there's been some good thought put into it. Secondly, kind of agree with Councillor Gordon here that we had people living on an on a collector presented. I can't recall whether we mentioned that they lived on a collector and therefore it posed some issues. We may have, I just don't remember. But I guess my question to either Mr. Sobel, before I pose a question, I just want to say, I thought it was a fabulous report. I think the policy piece is well laid out. The treatments that you would apply to the streets, whether it's vertical or horizontal displacement. All of those things, I have to admit, I didn't read them all because I think I've heard most of them from Councillor Main at one point or another and sitting on council. A very apt description usually. But I would say that the report was quite thorough, and so I thank you for that. But so now to the question. Is there an opportunity to speak to the arterial collector conundrum, I guess you would say, during this process? Because when I look at the streets that are either arterials or collectors, they're the ones that generate almost, I would say, 80% of the complaints that I hear about speeding and volume. Because people naturally figure out whether the fewest stop signs and usually don't see an enforcement vehicle there or whatever, and so they use it and usually at speed because they've left it too late to get to their meeting in Barrie or wherever they're going. So is this an opportunity to address that, or will that be addressed in some other form at a later date?
Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, I'd love to get Mitch to talk about, try and keep it short due to the time of night we're at. That whole issue around our north-south connections on our arterial roads and our collector roads is an issue because, you know, we know if we slow down one road, the traffic goes to the next road. Those residents will get their petition together, we'll go to the next road, we'll get the petition, it goes to the next, and eventually it's every road. So I think what we need to have in this consultation is, you know, people do live on busy roads, and there is, like, Yonge Street has 16,000 cars a day on it. Nothing we will do will take away and reduce 16,000 cars a day on that. You know, on Hugel Avenue, there's 14,000 on the west side of Yonge Street and 10,000 a day on the east side of King Street. Sorry, 14,000 on the west side of King Street and 10,000 on the east side of King Street on Hugel. That traffic has to go somewhere. Those people live on busy roads. So in our public consultation, we need to hear what people say. We need to give them some of the ideas, but there isn't the traffic isn't going to stop. It is going to be on somebody's street in town, and somebody is going to have to put up with that traffic. And it's a difficult road. Do we change where which road is called a collector road and which road is an arterial? I don't think the collector roads we may change, but all we're going to say is instead of 4th Avenue being a collector road, it's 5th Street now. That's not going to solve the problem. We can say it's not 5th, okay? It's 2nd. Well, you know, that's the dilemma we'll have in public consultation, and it'll, you know, the roads were chosen historically for traffic patterns. We just went through a master plan exercise that reaffirmed the designation of all those roads and the traffic movements on all those roads. Yes, we want to try and do some traffic calming. We've, in our report, and are showing that it's the local roads. Let's get the people slowed down in the neighborhoods where we can, because, you know, that's one of our first challenges. If the public steps forward at these meetings and we basically say they want a town-wide reduction of speed is the only solution, we'll hear that comment and bring that forward to council. It's a dilemma because you don't reduce the traffic, you just push it onto somebody else's street is all we'll be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Sobel, you had anything to add?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, Andy pretty much hit the nail on the head. You know, we've got these connections east, west, north, south, and if we change the patterns, we're just moving the traffic onto other streets.
The problem, obviously, in every community we hear, from Toronto to Thunder Bay and everywhere in between, is there's just too many cars. And I'm guaranteed once everything opens up, there'll be the same issue on the 400 that there always has been. Too many cars driving down. It's too fast. It's unfortunate, but hopefully we can come up, and we'd love to hear from the public. And that's the idea of this whole motion, is to, you know, get some consultation from our public. So I appreciate you guys doing that. Councillor Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. I just did want to point out that there are some differences. I love that this report comes forward with policies and solid ways of laying things out so that we have a consistent application where possible and where appropriate. However, over in Ward 3, we have roads that have not got sidewalks. We're in town without sidewalks. We have Harborview, we have Everton, we have Midland Point, which changes the way we need to look at these. So I love that this is going out to the public, and I'd also like to request that we include the previous deputations in those public comments so they don't have to worry about whether they need to come back with those comments for them to be considered an official. Like, we know that what their interest is. We know how many people on Midland Point Road would like to see that slowed down. So if those comments could be included in that public meeting process, that would make things just more courteous. And I do want us to consider the fact that we still have in-town roads without sidewalks. Sidewalks are something I could talk further about, but doesn't apply to traffic calming. It's a whole different issue.
I see you're nodding your head, Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
That's something we could...
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor. Yeah, the people that have already given us comments, those are logged and we have those. I'm sure some will want to come out and speak again. It's not, they don't have to repeat what they've already told us. That just, you know, stretches out the comments, and we want to hear from others. We've already heard from some residents. It's the silent majority that we want to hear about, not the vocal few that we've already heard from.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Councillor Main, did you have another question? Then I have Councillor Gordon.
Just a very quick point. I think it's worth, as Councillor Cunningham was saying, the traffic calming is one of the many tools that we have. But for example, Ward 3 and areas where they don't have pedestrian access or collector roads where we can't slow them down. That's why we look at the complete street philosophy, just like 93. You can't slow the cars down on 93, but you can put safe pedestrian facilities. So that's probably going to be the solution on areas where we can't slow cars down, is paved shoulders, sidewalks, that types of things. So any investments into multimodal transportation infrastructure is always appreciated. So thank you again for this policy.
Thank you, Councillor Main. Councillor Gordon?
Thanks. And all those things Councillor Main just shared, while they're completely valid, are very expensive. And, you know, slowing the law-abiding people down with a reduced speed limit, I agree, it's only going to work for the people that obey the speed limit signs, but for the ones that aren't, we need police enforcement. So I just wanted to speak to stats for Mr. Campbell, because I've heard this several times this term about the inability to get this historical thing because of the change from Midland Police to OPP. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Midland Police and your tax dollars used to subscribe to a company called Accident Support Services. And all of the traffic reports that Midland Police accumulated over probably a decade were all submitted electronically into their database and their BI cubes. And we would run extremely exhaustive, detailed reports on every single checkbox on a typical accident report the police fill out. So that data should be available to you. You don't have to operate in a vacuum just because we change police services. Get a hold of Accident Support Services, and I'm sure a small fee, and you'll have access to that data, so you can actually look at things more than just for the past couple of years. That might be helpful for you. It's a very, very easy system to use, and they're good people down at ECS. Secondly, e-bike definitions are included in the traffic calming policy, as I recall. And there's been some emails and concerns, from various residents around the community on another policy we're going to talk to shortly, where there seems to be, a disjoining definition of e-bike or pedelec, and there's some concerns that maybe there isn't enough harmonization. So I'm just wondering, when we do have that conversation, if it turns out that we need to rework some of these definitions, that, because it's worded in this policy, we can make sure that things are synchronized with the parks policy, where we're going to, get into ad nauseum and what can be allowed and what isn't. That was just my observation from reading through this. But other than that, I have to agree with the mayor and everyone else that this is a very well written, comprehensive report. It's actually, tonight, I've been lamenting for a while, where's all the reports that we've been asking for this whole term, and bugging Karen for them, and then bam, they all drop on one agenda. So these are doozies, and they're obviously taking a lot of time to have created a lot of thoughts going into them. So I don't take my comments as criticism. I want these to be the best possible things that they can, that, deal with as many people's concerns as possible. I know you've tried to do that, and we're still going to have to put the political spin on it to some degree. So Mr. Campbell will work you over a little bit on the collector and arterials probably, but thank you for the good work on that, and do seek out accident support services for some statistics if you're interested in those.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gordon. Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? All those in favor?
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just to the point of the speed reduction and the stop sign locations, if we approve this bylaw, we're adopting those. Are those locations going to consultation?
Mr. Campbell?
The locations identified in recommendation 2 would be approved tonight and implemented if council passes a subsequent bylaw.
So just as a quick follow-up, staff is hesitant around a four-way stop at Bay and First. You guys are in the opinion that you want to switch the direction and then trial that?
Yes.
Correct. So you heard the motion. All those in favor? Once again? All right, I have 5, 6. All right, thank you so much. So carried. Next up, we have a report. Staff report CSR 2021-34, management non-union COLA 2021 dated May 19th, 2021 be received, and that the administration be instructed to to process a 1.75 COLA adjustment for the management non-union employee actively employed as of May 19th, 2021, retroactive to January 1st, 2021, and 2, that council direct administration to amend bylaw 2015-72 to update the management, non-union terms and conditions of employment and policy manual wage grid based on the 2021 increase. I need a mover and a seconder. I moved by Mayor Strathern, second by Councillor Olszewski. Mr. CEO, you had care to comment, sir?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to members of council. I wanted to just provide some clarification, some facts. I know I've been alerted by some of our staff that there's been some chatter online about this report, and I didn't see a lot of clarification on the facts. I did see some commentary by some of our councillors, but I want to make sure that the facts are put on record. So if you allow me, I'd like to make sure that happens.
Please.
This report represents about 27% of the population of our staff complement. Many of them, because they appear on this council meeting. They support counseling to deal with the public on a regular basis. It's about 30 people we're talking about here. 20 different roles are performed by these individuals. This team, although we have to separate them because we have 4 bargaining units that we also deal with, we really are trying to treat Midland as one team. And certainly that's the way we behave as an organization. And certainly that's how we want to make sure everyone feels that they are part of one team. So this is the recommendation that's made is consistent with what was given to the people in the remaining larger portion of the organization. It is also in line with what we're seeing in other parts of the jurisdiction. So other municipalities, you can see within the report, have also given their staff this kind of increase. It varies, some are larger, some are less, but if you look at the historical increases that have been given, Midland is trying to keep pace with the marketplace. And that is really the important aspect here, is we have to make sure we keep pace with the marketplace. It is highly competitive in this sector for talent. And as you know, we are feeling the effects of loss of some talent, more specifically in planning. We're making up some gain with that, but it is one of those areas where if you lose one or two people, you are scrambling hard. And to Councillor Gordon's point on why he's waited for some of these reports, I can tell you that Andy and Mitch in the engineering side have been redirected to help the planning team for the last 3 months. And I'm telling you, I've been working on overdrive. And just to get this report done, as well as the other planning report. And that includes the building and the legal team as well. So you bridge those gaps by having the team come together. So again, I think it's important to recognize that. The other thing we need to recognize with the one team is that in the budget, over $400,000 of savings have been offered through the budget by wage gapping. So when someone leaves, when we don't advance someone as far in their wage grid as possible, we are committing to $400,000 of savings from those people. That includes these people. What we're bringing forward in this recommendation is a further savings. So this is not an additional spend by the corporation. This was contained within the budget. But the recommendation we are making is actually less than what was approved in the budget, so we are offering back some savings. Again, I think that's prudent. I think it's fair in terms of what we're offering, and I think it's certainly consistent with what the marketplace is. As I said, our people are, as we all know, our most important asset. Having loyal, productive, motivated, and appreciated employees are your best assets, and they are the ones who help you attract talent, which is what we need to do. Our attrition rates in Midland are higher than normal public areas. We're more like a private sector corporation when you see about 8% attrition. So we want to drive that down and keep our people, because when you lose people, it's costly. Very costly to recruit them, train them, cover them with consultants, and the productivity gap when they lose. So we want to do everything we can do to make sure we remain competitive. To give you an idea of the scope of services covered by the 30 people I'm talking about, we're talking about community service. We're talking about transit drivers. We're talking about building inspectors. We're talking about financial operations. We're talking about clerks. We're talking about the customer experience office, health and safety, HR, culture, tourism, asset management, building, payroll and benefits, water, wastewater, engineering, and bylaw. All of those areas, I think you all appreciate, have a very, very strong public component led by these management and non-management people. And I certainly think that the recommendation is a reasonable one. I'm happy that it is in line with what we're seeing in other areas. And I certainly hope it results in us keeping those really valuable assets that we absolutely need.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. And if you could verify, and I see Councillor Gordon, I'll get to you in a second. If you could verify this was a budgeted item. And secondly, this does not include council, correct?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It does not include council. Yes, thank you for that clarification. And absolutely, it was a budgeted item, but we are coming in under the budget. You'll see that clarity in the recommendation. It also does not include, I have, and I think I've made this public to council as well, I am not taking an increase, so it does not include the CAO.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Councillor Gordon?
Thanks. I'm glad you made that point about council. Because some of the comments, I suspect the thread that the CEO is referring to, there's a few people that always post the same stuff about us and council getting raises, and you just get tired of responding to it. So I've already addressed it, so I don't even bother replying to those ones. The ones where I do have expressed publicly my concern is no different than when we were at our budget talks, that we're in a pandemic year. I dismiss some of the public criticism that we send our staff home and they're all working from home, and so they don't get to get paid, and they've been getting paid for nothing. That's absurd. Everyone's been working. Where they worked is irrelevant. They've been working hard throughout the town. have they been working tenfold? You know, as was suggested, I think on one of the HR meetings I listened to, you know, I wouldn't say people work tenfold. I think they've done their job well and under challenging times like everyone else has in this community. And where they've done well because they have a job still, and there's all kinds of people who lost their job. And so by and large, let's not lose sight of the fact that we're in the service industry and that everyone that works for the municipality with their pensions and whatnot is doing well. We passed a budget with, you know, not a obscene tax increase, but there was still an increase. And then we have our union folks who we have collective agreements that are bargained in good faith with, that we don't have the option of just saying, you know what, we're not gonna, it's pandemic time, we're not paying you that. If we have they'll take us to arbitration and we'll lose our shirts. The only one thing we have are the people that aren't union. So I'm not suggesting that you guys be our sacrificial lambs here. And I've gone on the public record saying I don't have a problem with this cost of living increase per se. I look at the research that was done. It's not offensive to me in the slightest. I think I would really like to find a compromise here and suggest to our council that, you know, let's adopt this, but let's not do it retroactively. And that's not to stick it to our staff. It's not to say that we've devalue you. It's 30 grand, you know, but it's something. It's something that we're showing as leaders in our municipality that we're going to take one for the taxpayer and say, you know what, yes, they're going to get your wage increase. It's now, you know, into May. We're not going to go retro to January, but let's make it, you know, whenever it starts. I think it was July, it was suggested. I even started earlier, started in June. But I think the retroactive part is what rubs people the wrong way after the tax, you know, increase, which it happened. You know, it is what it is. But that's what I'd be asking our council in a friendly amendment to consider accepting this report and the numbers in it and just asking us to not do this retroactively, and let's just start it in June and let her rip.
So, Joe, I hear you correctly that you have an amendment to this motion?
Yeah, I'd like to see us pick that option too. I think it is. I'd find the right page. Where we just wouldn't go retroactively.
Do you have a seconder?
Approve this.
So we need to follow. There's no such thing as a friendly amendment. It's an amendment. So I need a seconder for your amendment. And then if we get the seconder, the only thing we can discuss is the amended motion. We will not discuss the original motion, but do you have a seconder, Councillor Gordon, or is there a seconder? I see Councillor Prost. So the amended motion would be that there's no retro to, and that, what was the date? Sorry, June 1st?
Well, I'm suggesting it could be June. I think originally this was supposed to kick in.
I apologize.
In July, I think it was, but I mean, I'm not trying to be, you know, hard-nosed here.
It's your amendment, so I want to make sure I had.
For sure, June 1st. Let's just make it, you know, effective ASAP.
June 1st, 2021. So the amended motion, any questions or comments with regards to the amended motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to call for a recorded vote on this amendment.
Okay, when we get to it, we definitely will. Thank you. Councillor Main?
I've never been more proud of the hard work from staff in the last 12 months. Even though I don't get to see them in person, we see all the great work that they've done. I think the management non-union staff have certainly earned their 1.75 retroactive pay, just like every other collective bargain in the town of Midland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Main. Councillor Ocheski, I apologize. Councillor Ocheski, go Leafs.
Yeah, go Leafs, go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting the amendment tonight. I'm all for symbolic gestures, but I don't think you know, a symbolic gesture to the public on the backs of our staff is the right move. I am a unionized employee and I'm the vice president of Local 1411 Unifor, and we got a raise today because of COLA. And how that number is calculated is way over my head, but apparently with the standards of living and the cost of living going up, and I believe it's around gas prices and food and stuff like that, I got a 1% raise today, and every member at ZF also got a raise today. So the benefit of unions, and I think to try and penalize the non-unionized staff sends a message to the unionized employees that if there was a way that we could somehow claw back their, you know, wage or their anything, that we would. And I don't want to send that message to any of our employees. I think we treat everybody fairly and equally, and I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Ocheski. Councillor McGinn?
So I understand the value of your pay. I fully do understand it, and I understand that it's typically expected that after periods of time that you're going to make more, not less. Or and so when you don't get a pay increase at all, essentially, you know, the balance between what you're making one year and then what you're making next year because of the cost of living means that you're actually taking home less. I fully understand this, but I do support this motion because you've gotten this far with what you have. And I know that it's expected, but it's also my job as a municipal elected councillor to advocate for what I am being told and what I'm hearing. And I've heard both sides of it. It's not that I want to penalize anybody, because I don't believe that is kind, but we have to, I believe, accept this amendment because it's the right thing to do. I appreciate that, Mr. CAO, I appreciate that you came back at something that is less than what was budgeted. But the people are asking for, they're asking for a bit more. They're just asking, you know, maybe it's only $2 a household. That's eggs. They're asking for eggs from all of us. And when I start viewing it that way, I have to support the amended motion. I value all the work that everybody is doing, and I value all of the work, whether you are union or non-union. So thank you very much. I am going to be supporting this.
Mr. CEO, you had a follow-up, and then I had Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I couldn't disagree more with Councillor McGinn and Councillor Gordon. What I think they're failing to understand is there are $400,000 of savings in this budget that includes the contribution of this team. They are covering for people that don't exist in the organization today because they're not available, they have left, or they have retired. So those are hard, concrete numbers. These aren't symbolic gestures by staff. This is $400,000 of savings committed in the budget by these people. I think absolutely they deserve this. Absolutely. And I think it's really important that you understand the consequences of the loss of people, because in a very competitive market like this, to find somebody and replace somebody is extremely costly. And it is a very, very competitive marketplace for these types of services. There are almost 7,000 open jobs in Simcoe. 7,000 unfilled jobs in Simcoe. Professional services, government services, sales and services are extremely hard to fill. For some reason, you know, those jobs aren't being filled. And I can tell you in the municipal sector, it is highly competitive. When you lose an engineer, when you lose a building person, when you lose a CBO, a bylaw officer, you know, someone in finance, extremely hard to find replacements. Michael Jeremy did interviews today for finance. We had an opening in finance. 0 applicants from Midland, 0 applicants from Simcoe. All of the applicants came from the GTA. And this was for a full-time job. That's good for Midland because we are getting people coming here, and there's probably a change of lifestyle that they're looking for, but we cannot find people here, and we need them. But while we're waiting for those people, $400,000 are being contributed by these people towards that budget. So that is not a symbolic gesture. I don't accept that we need to do this as a symbolic gesture. I think that is not the right thing, and it is not the right message to send to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to point out that the individuals who are being considered here don't get overtime. They get very little time in lieu, and yet they're covering, as the CAO pointed out, vacancies for extended periods because of turnover, particularly in planning. Engineering is another area where, with the consent of the appropriate unions that were looking at positions, we were able to fill with Mr. Sobel and then move him into a full-time position. But without those people doing those jobs, building permits don't get issued, planning issues associated with those building permits don't get taken care of, everything slows down. I'd also like to point out that the 7,000 jobs that the CAO speaks to are not all technical. They're not all management. There's a lot of jobs in this county, and the Deputy Mayor and I had the privilege of looking at some information on the county employment site. It is staggering the number of jobs that are available in Simcoe County and not being filled. And they're not even just in skilled trades. They're local businesses here trying to get people to work in their business. No skills required, will train. I look at Baytech Plastics and the recruitment program that I'm hearing about. We have a union here. It's Team Midland, one vision, one team. People deserve to be treated the same. The fact that they're not in a union, to me, makes never mind. A person's a person's a person. If you want to treat one group that way, then treat the other equally. I think these people have worked hard for their money. I think, as the CAO has pointed out, we have individuals, the fact that it's $400,000 in savings because of vacancies that these people are covering for is something. And I'll say one last thing. Simcoe County had a vote, and the province of Governor of Ontario paid an additional amount of money to PSWs and anybody working in a long-term care facility and support homes and so on. They did not, however, provide that pay to the management people who put themselves away from their families for extended periods of times and high-risk environments. Nothing was done for those people. It came before County Council, and County Council turned it down, consideration for their work. It wasn't very long, there was a reconsideration at County Council, and they changed their mind because it really has a very negative impact on the environment that folks work in. They start to feel underappreciated. As the CAO said, it's very hard to find some of these positions. We've got a long time finding Mr. Sobel. His head doesn't swell over that. So I can't support this notion of there's some there's some symbolic gesture. These folks have worked for the money, and so I won't support this amendment.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mayor Strathern. Councillor McGinn, I'll have you have the last comment, then I'll call the vote on the amended motion.
I've got to say, there's a couple things. Mr. CAO, thank you for reminding us that you decided not to take a pay increase again. Thank you that's your dignity of choice, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I can see that you are very passionate about this, and I want you to know that I recognize that, and I recognize that really what you're doing is you're advocating for your people too. That's what you're doing. And there's something that is, so I'm reevaluating, and I appreciate that you changed your wording and you presented it slightly different. I also recognize that it is coming in under budget, which means that if it's coming in under budget, then that would be those eggs per household that I was talking about. So, so I'm glad that we had this discussion. Yes, the difference of $30,000 is, it's not just peanuts. I don't view, even $10 as peanuts. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate how everybody worded it, and that, yes, you're right, that if we're going to be a cohesive group of people, that we can't value one segment over another. And that we can't say this group deserves X amount, percentage raise over another. I think what happens is that a lot of the times when we look at how much a person makes per annum, that we put a greater value on somebody who makes a larger salary. And I'm going to actively work on trying to speak to that
in the public forum that with that also comes a different level of responsibility, a different style of responsibility, and that going after a group that makes a higher dollar value is, I guess, essentially it could be a form of bullying. And I didn't view it that way until sitting here and listening. And I hope that we all are doing the best that we possibly can. I believe that we all have our good days and we all have our bad days. I mean, I too don't think that, you know, people necessarily when they're at home give a higher value of work. I'm trying to put my children to sleep right now and I'm failing miserably at it. So I am distracted. But I think we're all trying to do our best. It would have been nice if we could have had a happy feel good where everybody is happy, including the constituents motion, but that's not reality. So I wanted to thank everybody for how they spoke and how it is that I'm rethinking and reevaluating what I'm thinking. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you've heard, sorry, Councillor, you've heard the amended motion. Madam Clerk, we ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would you like me to, I've just put together a motion that I could read for clarification.
Please, thank you.
That council support option 2, cost of living allowance increase for the management non-union to be effective July 4th, 2021, and that the main motion be amended accordingly. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please answer yes or no. Councillor Cunningham?
June, but that's fine.
Sorry, the wording was June 1st.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's going to die here in a second, so just let it die. Keep going.
June
1st.
June 1st, yes, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You asked for a recorded vote?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Cunningham?
No.
Deputy Mayor Ross?
No.
Councillor McGinn? No. Councillor Prost?
No.
Councillor Main?
No.
Councillor Gordon?
Yes.
Councillor Downer?
No.
Councillor Olszewski?
No.
And Mayor Strathern?
No.
The motion is defeated 8-1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So that brings us back to the original motion. Would you like me to read that again, or we're fine? I don't see anybody asking me to read it again. Is there any other questions or comments with regards to the original motion? Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. I guess it was just really a follow-up to the notion that the PSWs, you know, got COVID pay. Let's not forget the PSWs make minimum wage. They don't usually have pensions or benefits. Nurses and doctors who make a lot more money didn't get that, and you know that's a fact. So, and the other question is, how many non-union private sector employees got raises this year, cost of living or otherwise? And even Councillor Olszewski's large union only gave them 1%. And was it retro? Oh, sorry, I thought you said 1%. So these are the questions we want to, you know, just consider here. This is going to very likely be approved. I'm not going to ask for a recorded vote on it. It's not really relevant now, but this, although it seems like this is, you know, going after the high paid or higher paid managers and senior folks in our organization, the reality is that as tough as we have it cushy jobs in this organization, and you're all paid really well. And you have a beautiful pension and you have benefits and all kinds of liberties that a lot of people in our community aren't enjoying through the pandemic and don't even have on the best days. So I know we're only talking 60 grand of tax dollars, but it's 60 grand of tax dollars and we are supposed to be the stewards of that here. So I'm hoping that, you know, Mr. CIO, you're not taking offense to what I'm trying to do here. I'm not belittling you or the rest of our staff in the slightest. It's just, we're supposed to be asking these questions and looking for the nickels and dimes to save wherever we can. And my intention is not to be bullying or harassing or anything like that. I'm just trying to advocate, do the best job we can with our money and be responsible and keep a reality check that we all have it really good here. compared to a lot of the people in the community that don't have nice jobs like we do. So I didn't get a raise this year. I didn't get cost of living. You know, I work in the private sector. I know a lot of people that didn't get anything either. So the only reason I'm not supporting this right now is because I tried to offer a compromise, and it didn't go through. So don't take my no vote as some kind of dismissive stance on the good work that our staff does tonight. I know maybe there's no other way to take it, but I'm telling you straight up, that's not what I mean. So.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? Councillor McGinn.
I just wanted to make sure that Councillor Gordon didn't think that I was saying he was being a bully. I was referring to some things that were happening online, and I actually had to delete messages. There was some pretty aggressive comments that I had to delete, and so that's what I was referring to. I wasn't referring to anybody sitting here or any of my peers. And Councillor Gordon, I understand entirely the spirit of what you were trying to do. I do. I really do. And I applaud you for it. You're sticking to what you said you were going to do. And that's awesome. Just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGinn. Final word, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the discussion. It's certainly with respect that I offer my perspective on the situation. I certainly tell our team there is always, it doesn't matter whether you're in the public or the private sector, there is always a minority out there who likes to criticize and offer suggestions on how things can be done differently in what you're doing. And I certainly tell them to be mindful of that, but really pay attention to those people who are also, and certainly in Midland, that's the case, overwhelmingly supportive of the work you're doing. These are public servants like council, and I have tremendous respect for people who put their name on a ballot, who are serving their community, as are the people within the administration. That is the sector, though, that we have to compare ourselves with. We can't compare them with other areas. I am in a highly, highly competitive sector for talent. That is the message I'm trying to deliver, and we have to be marketable in terms of what we offer. And I think our lifestyle, the kind of work, the kind of projects that we get to engage in, the kind of council that you get to engage in are all factors that are being considered by them. Pay is certainly one of them. So we want to remain competitive, and I'm confident that we're going to be able to do that, certainly with the support that you get. So I appreciate.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. And I will add, if I could, I'm very proud of the people that sit around our table. I'm very proud of all the staff. And one thing that probably the only thing that ever gets me my goat online or from anyone else is when I hear, oh, you have a hidden agenda. And I don't believe anyone that comes and wants to represent their community has any type of hidden agenda. We're only here, whether we, what Councillor Gordon is trying to do for the people that he engages with, or what any of us do. We're only here, I hope, and I honestly, deep down in my heart, believe this, that we are all here to do the best that we possibly can for every member of our community. It's hard, I know, but I just want that to say that I want to defend everybody at this table, and I wanted to especially defend all our staff and everybody, that there's no hidden agenda by any member of council. We're all here to do everything we can, and everyone's opinion is equally valid, and we're all here to do what we feel is best for people in Midlands. Thank you for that. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? We so carried. Thank you so much. Next item up, we have staff report CSR 2021-36 Parks and Trails bylaw dated May 19th, 2021 be received, and 1, that the proposed Parks and Trails bylaw be approved and are enacted using a phased-in approach to the regulations of the use of e-bikes to begin January 1st, 2022, and 2, that any required resources any required resources for increased enforcement measures be included in the 2022 draft budget. I need a mover and a seconder with regards to this item. Moved by Mayor Strathern, second by Councillor Prost. Any questions or comments with regards to this item? Councillor Gordon?
Thank you. Dip it into the old mailbag again. We've had a flurry of emails and communications. Active Transportation's back on the radar again, asking that this, we don't pass this tonight and send it back to them for a little bit of rework. Perhaps Councillor Main can, shed some insight since he sits on that committee. They seem very adamant and provided a very lengthy email with rationale as to why they should have another crack at this before it comes to us to enact. We have these committees for a reason. We can't just listen to them when we want to and dismiss them when we don't. So, I'm looking at highlighted yellow things and all kinds of concerns they have. I'd like to see this one just kind of paused and sent back to Active Transportation so they can provide whatever extra input they want. Staff can look at that, mold it into something new and fire it back to us. So I'm what I'm looking for here is sorry, I apologize. You're asking for a deferral then on this item? Yeah, well, a deferral. Yeah, I guess it would be a deferral. Let's get it over to Active Transportation and honor their request to, have some more input on this, especially around the definitions of these e-bikes and pedelecs. That will also give an opportunity for folks like Mr. Mound, probably killing his name. He's submitted numerous times trying to get it in front of us. Some concerns that may also carry the weight of the Tiffin Homeowners Association, who's had a long-standing concern about safety on the trails, and they actually had concerns about pedelecs even being allowed on the trail. So I don't know that we're ready for the final, let's put the rubber stamp on this tonight, unless there's some rush, even though this is one of the ones I wanted to see before council. I won't let that get lost to anybody. Based on the input that I've got today, I think it would be wise to send it back to Active Transportation and also let staff consider the input of maybe the TFA and of Mr. Mount specifically, if I could. So that would be my suggestion. I think that kind of trumps the rest of the conversation, but what I don't want to do is stifle that conversation. So I'm prepared to park this and let everybody else have at it, and then we can talk about potentially deferring it, or we can deal with the deferral right now. Your call.
It's your call. If you're asking for a deferral, then deferral's on the table. If you're, sorry, I see Councillor Ochesky's, you're asking for a deferral?
All right, so we'll just deal with it up front then. I mean, I hate to stifle conversation, and I hate when people defer things that I'm all ready to speak to. So I don't want to be that guy.
Councillor Gordon, if we defer it, it's coming back anyway, so they're going to have opportunity to discuss it. You also have opportunity to go to committee or wherever it goes. So it's not as if we're stopping conversation. We're just moving it on to another time.
All right.
So is that what you're asking? I apologize.
Yes, please. Yeah, no, you're bang on. Thanks for leading me through the path here.
No problem. So we have a deferral on the table moved by Councillor Gordon. I need a seconder, which would be Councillor Ochesky. All those in favor of the deferral?
Deputy Mayor Ross?
Yes, sorry.
Before you put this to a vote, you may want to suggest a deferral date. Otherwise, it's
limbo.
Yes.
Okay. What would be the deferral date? We want it 2 months, September? What would you like? It's over the summer is going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm content with. I mean, we waited this long, and the proposal isn't even to enact it till next year. So,
first meeting September
from now until then. Sure.
Let's make it the first meeting in September. Would that be fine? I don't know the date, Madam Clerk, but we would make it deferred to the first meeting in September. Would that be fine?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. The deferral on the.
And I'm sorry to any of the staff that rushed to get this in front of us because I was, bemoaning where all these reports. So
deferral's on the floor. All those in favor of deferral? Looks like it's carried. Thank you. On to the next item. Sorry, I just want to mark down for. Next item, we have parking bylaw. That staff report CSR 2021-37. Parking bylaw dated May 19, 2021 be received, and one that the proposed parking bylaw be approved and enacted. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Chesky, second by Councillor Cunningham. Any questions or comments with regards to this item? Councillor Main.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. This is a lot of great work again done by staff to get this, get us ready for the implementation of a parking system in the downtown. I guess the one concern for me is I really would like to see a different pricing for on-street and off-street parking. I think they're different entities. On-street is designed for turnover, for quick come and going, and off-street parking is for long-term stay, extended stay for workers and whatnot to park for the entire day. So again, I don't have the analysis. I was curious if staff did, if there are other small urban municipalities that differentiate between off and on-street parking. At the end of the day, it's relatively insignificant. It might seem relatively insignificant, but we're trying to encourage people to park on the parking lots if they're going to be staying for long periods of times and create turnover on King Street. So the desirable locations are constantly moving as people are getting their slice of pizzas or Chinese takeout or candles or whatever. So I don't know what the right number is. Obviously we're at $1 right now. I just would love to hear from staff about if that's feasible, if that's a good idea, or if that's just complicating things and making it a headache for everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Reichel, you care to comment, or Mr. CEO? I'm not sure who I should go to on this one.
Oh, I can take that. Thank you.
Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you to Councillor Main. Absolutely, we can adjust the rates for off street to incentivize parking in the outlying areas, so to speak, in the parking lots. I would suggest not going below $1 and possibly raising the on street rate. Instead, $1 an hour right now we're at the bottom of the average for most municipalities for that rate. It ranges from $1 to $3 an hour. Depending where you are. So, and the flexibility of the new system to adjust rates is there. So if that's council's wishes, we can differentiate the two. It's not a problem. It's done by zone. So that's not an issue. But I would suggest if that's the case, we would raise the on-street rather than decreasing the off-street.
If I could add, I'm going to support this as is. I think we give it a try for the season. And well, you know, we have lots of time over winter and see how it's gone. And if we want to adjust it, we realize that nobody's parking in the back or vice versa, we may want to adjust it. But I'd like to, you know, let's give people the opportunity to use that beautiful main street, my personal opinion, and get people, I want to see cars parked on there. But that's only me. But any other questions or comments with regards to this item? Councillor Gordon, and then I'll go to Mayor Strathern.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate my you know, the accolades I dished out. I think it was a budget time, whenever we were last talking about this, the fact that, you know, Jim was able to get a hold of, and maybe it wasn't single-handedly, but he's the lead on this, the BIA, and find consensus and arrange for discounts and harmony with parking in the BIA, because usually parking in the BIA are like, you know, oil and water. So that's being worked out, at least for the first year, which is wonderful. As much as I like talking to Scott Campbell, it's nice to maybe talk about something other than parking. So that's great, and you guys did a great job on this thing. So my only question was, and it was answered quickly in there, that there's still the veteran parking that's still there, and like any bylaw we enact, especially a new one, a complete rework, which you did on this, we can change, we can finesse it and wiggle around with it and fiddle with it after. So if the first rendition doesn't work, we'll revisit it. And that'll be my pledge, that if we get enough people saying this doesn't work, or the staff is saying, hey, this is nuts, this isn't working the way we wanted it to, we'll revisit it and make the tweaks to try and keep everyone happy and keep some revenues coming in, because this is going to help offset taxes significantly. We've been without this parking revenue for going on 2 years here, so we need money from somewhere, otherwise we're going to pick everybody's pocket again.
Your worship, and then I have to go back to Councillor Main.
Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe that the employee parking piece was resolved with the agreement with the BIA. And if I recall, we were trying to get customers to the front, in whether it was on the main street or whether it was in the parking lots, and that we were moving employees out to the shoulder streets for longer term parking for a reduced fee. So if we're just talking King Street, personally, I'd like to see King Street be one solid blue zone. But that causes its own problems. So I too will support it as written. Thank you.
Councillor Main?
Well, thank you so much. I think hearing from Mr. Reichelt, that was really informative. You kind of think you lock these rates in and they're set forever, but I guess that's a really good point going forward. I'll agree. I think let's set the rate at the consistent rate across the downtown, and we'll see how it goes. Just a quick question. Are we planning on doing a parking study this year or the next? Because that would really help the data feed in towards the pricing or whatever, or create a pricing plan that we can follow over the next many years. Thank you.
Mr. Reichelt?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you to Councillor May. We base I base the fine rate and the street rate from the Ontario Traffic Council. They do a survey of the province, usually annually, and provide a nice spreadsheet that here's what everyone's charging. But as far as our downtown parking study, the planning department last did one a few years ago, and they may do it again once we have our planning department back up and running. We can certainly suggest that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reichelt. Any other questions or comments with regards to this motion? All those in favor? So carried. Thank you so much. Next up, Mayor Strathern, I'm going to move it to you. I think we're going to have to extend this meeting. We got quite a bit. If you have that motion, I believe, in front of you to extend the meeting, maybe we'll pass it now before we move on to the COVID update. Do you have that handy?
Sure you want to do this?
I'm not going to support it.
This is the thermonuclear option, you know that.
Yes. This is a notion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor Gordon. That, pursuant to section 9.2C of procedural bylaw 2018-62, Council agrees to remain in session past 11 p.m. in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda. Comments or questions before I call the question? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next up, we have the COVID-19 update. Mr. Deneau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of council. I'll be hopefully relatively brief on this update. If you could envision a roller coaster ride on or about April 5th, we are at the highest point of that roller coaster on this COVID roller coaster journey, and we are coming down. So the trend rates are certainly headed in the right direction. So that's really good to see. We're still obviously in a pandemic and trying to manage through that. About 42% of Simcoe Muskoka has been vaccinated. So that's a pretty impressive number. And I think if you're paying attention to the vaccination availability, you're obviously seeing that more vaccine is becoming available to more age groups. So please pay attention to the SMDHU website. Just Google it and you'll find it, and you'll find all the information you need on the status of COVID and where you can get your vaccination and how. That's a status. About 6 cases in May in Midland. So again, the number of cases is dropping significantly. We had about 32 in April, so we're well into May now, is obvious. So we're seeing that trend obviously is a good one. There's about 12 ongoing outbreaks in Simcoe Muskoka, and those are primarily in workplaces. So where there are settings where people tend to work closely together, there are some outbreaks still happening in those cases. But for the most part, we're seeing a very positive trend. The news that we're waiting on, it may come tomorrow. There's a lot of speculation. I think the government has confirmed they're going to move away from the color-coded framework that we all became accustomed to. They're going to introduce the new framework that we'll have to adjust to. So I think The speculation is there might be some announcement about that tomorrow. So I think a number of us will be spending our long weekend going through some new government regulations on how we'll manage through this pandemic. So we'll look forward to that and make sure that we can adjust accordingly. So I think that's the extent of my update I'll offer.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions or comments for Mr. CEO? Councillor Gordon?
I'm going to get stabbed this Friday at the Sports and Rec Center. I'll take a picture and post it. Then a month later, you can see if I have antlers or not. So if you're COVID resistant there, you'll see quickly if I have a blood clot and die or something. So anyway, happening Friday. So get out there and get vaccinated.
Excellent. Thank you. Good luck with it. I got mine and no problems. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to notice of motion. Any member have a notice of motion bring forward? I see none. I have one, and normally I would never ask. I would bring the notice of motion forward, but it came to light to me, and I'm going to ask for it to be approved tonight. We're going to need a 2/3 vote to in order to get it on the floor and have the vote. But I'll read the motion and. It's moved by myself that council approved the expenditure of $18,000 for the repair work required on the second launch ramp at Peterson Park due to weather damage, so it may be open for the 2021 season. And that council directs staff to fund this repair work from the Harbor Reserve in a manner acceptable to the CAO, and that project number 375-4335 Clean Storm Pipe Chamber A to Harbor be reduced by $18,000 to offset the unanticipated repair work at the harbor. So if we don't approve this, we're down to one launch ramp for the entire summer. Unfortunately, we had some ice damage, and without it, we're may get a few. We'll have 1 million complaints coming our way down to one ramp. I don't want to put it off till we have a chance to vote on it in our June 1st meeting and then get it started again 2 weeks later, if we can vote on it now. So I would ask for a seconder, Councillor Chesky, to second this. And we need a 2/3 vote in order to get this on the table. All those in favor of putting this on the table for tonight, please. So I see it's unanimous, so we have all people approved it. So any questions or comments with regards to this item? Councillor Gordon?
Okay, so I'm going to vote for this. Obviously, I'm a voting guy, and tons of people I know are, and it's a big deal for our community. But if we're going to do this and we're taking money out of cleaning out some sewer chamber, what does that mean? Does that mean increased chance of like diapers and stuff flowing out into Georgian Bay? Like, is this an overflow situation we're dealing with, or what? Mr. Campbell can explain that. As long as we're not killing ourselves environmentally, I'm more than happy to get the boat launch fixed.
Mr. Campbell?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Gordon. We set and council approved a $250,000 budget to clean the storm main going from Chamber A out to the lake. It is currently 3/4 filled with silt. That budget we set without having quotations. We're in the process of getting quotations right now, or from some diving teams and dredging companies. We believe that it won't cost the money that was set aside in the budget. So to fund this expenditure, reducing that $250,000 by $18,000 doesn't impact the tax levy and doesn't impact our reserves, and that's how staff are recommending to approach this emergency repair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell. Any questions? Sorry, Councillor Gordon, do you have follow-up? Sorry, I muted myself. Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? I see none. All those in favor? So carried. Thank you so much, everyone. I think that's going to be a great thing. We can get that started right away. So thank you very much. Next up, we have general announcements. Any announcements this evening? I know we're running late. Councillor Olszewski and then then Mayor Strathern.
Thank you. I'll keep it super brief because I know we're getting late. I just want to say thank you to Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment for getting our Toronto Maple Leafs to the playoffs, and go Leafs go. Thank you very much.
Go Leafs go. Yes. Yes. I see there's 2 jerseys. I don't know if you noticed. We got one in Olszewski got his in the back there too. So let's go Leafs. Any other Councillor Main, and then I'll have then I'll have Mayor Strathern. Sorry.
2 quick shout outs. One, the parks are just looking amazing. The cherry blossoms the last week just looked incredible. It really shook off some of that spring and winter blues into the summer warmth of continental Ontario. Shout out to Quest Art for you might have seen their installation, Take What You Need. Little posters have popped around downtown and all over. Very cute little simple thing, take a little piece of paper. So great to see a little public art project. And but more importantly, please, if you get a chance to fill out the housing survey, they're coming in fast and raw and real. They stop you in your tracks when people are talking about this because it's so real and it's so important to so many people. So please fill out the survey if you can and let us know and share that with anyone you can. Thank you.
Your Worship.
I was going to mention the housing survey, 100%. I would say that, I don't know whether Councillor Main mentioned it, but it is on Engaging Midland. And if you go to our website, midland.ca, you'll see a pile there that are on the homepage that will take you to Engaging Midland and the Affordable Housing Questionnaire. I also wanted to point out, and I know the CAO has done this, but it bears repeating that the town of Midland landed in the top 100 municipalities across Canada, and that's up from about 290th position from 2 years ago. We did well in law enforcement, we did well in housing, and so we'll have to continue to do well in housing if we're going to keep that or improve that position. But a shout out to the community and to the town staff and the councils for the great things we've been doing in the 2 years that we've been as a council and as staff, and the community itself pitching into with COVID going on and so on. We still managed to achieve that. So congratulations to everybody.
Fantastic news, and you must pat yourself on the back. That is fantastic, and thank you, Mr. CEO, and all the staff of Town of Midland for getting us up in that top 100. That's amazing. Councillor Cunningham, then I have Councillor McGinn.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to mention from the Cultural Alliance, we are weaving our cultures together and we're being much more proactive about that, making everybody aware that they are welcome to experience Indigenous and Francophone and Anglo and other cultures within our region. We have a rich cultural heritage. And to that purpose, there is a Foundation to Cultural Competency, a historical perspective on Indigenous awareness that is being offered by Cultural Alliance on Tuesday, June 8th. And you can find information and details on that if you go to facebook.com and search for Culture G Bay. You'll find the Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay there, and you can find that event to register for. I encourage you to do that. And as well, don't forget that if you know artists, artisans, creatives, or organizations in culture that should be dropping a pin on our culture asset map, please go to culturalalliance.ca and do that as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor McGinn.
Hi, I have 2 things. One is a notice, more so it's about our neighbors, that Moseley First Nation is gearing up right now and they're campaigning. They have an upcoming election. So to our friends, family and neighbors, please consider looking into this and casting your vote. And the second thing is I wanted to thank everybody, including my peers. You all know when I ran and it was that I was a mom and that it has been very obvious. Every second council meeting, the children are present, and I am very grateful that I haven't received any, I haven't received too many negative comments. But I really thank everybody for the positive comments and the support in being actively able to be present right now while my 8-year-old is definitely not going to sleep yet. But she's trying. So thank you to everybody there, and to the people who voted for me. And we did not expect that a pandemic was going to happen and there wouldn't be resources that I could bring into my house. So thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon?
Okay, so I'm going to say this carefully, just in case there's other plans. The email we got today about a retirement, which will remain nameless until I get the wink from somebody. Are we going to talk about that tonight, or are we going to leave that for another day?
I think there's planned for another day. Is that correct, Mr. CEO?
Okay, good. So we'll just leave that in limbo to our watchers.
No one knows what you're talking about.
Nobody knows. It's just a teaser. It's a cliffhanger.
Yes. Look, that's you leave them hanging for next meeting.
And it's not me.
I like that. Any other announcements? I just want to quickly thank this pandemic. One thing it has done, town of Midland has never looked better. People outside gardening, the work around this town is unbelievable. And I just want to thank all the citizens and the residents of for what the work they've done on their properties are amazing. And if you have a chance to drive by the corner of 5th and Victoria is the winner of last year's 2020 Garden of the Year. And I'm telling you, it is breathtaking. We make a point when we go for a walk to make sure we pass by that house. It is spectacular. I can't imagine the work that this family puts into that garden, but it is beyond amazing. So if you get a chance, please just have a look at it. Anyway, thank you, everyone.
It's the lockdown. Good
Yeah,
garden.
it's amazing. So there is the one good thing that's come out of it. We've all got a green thumb anyway. Thank you. So moved by Councilor McGinn, second by Councilor Chesky, that the committee of whole rise and report. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone. Your worship, it's all yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just finding my place here in the agenda.
That was a lot of talking.
Yeah. There we go. Sorry. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Main, seconded by Councillor Ross. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Ross, beg your pardon. That the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole for the meeting of May 19th, 2021 be adopted as resolutions of Council. Questions or comments with respect to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. That's carries. We'll move on to motions for which notice was given, and I believe Councillor Gordon, you have a motion to put before us.
Yep, it further from our discussion earlier about the disbanding of the Homelessness Action Committee and turning it into this. So what I'm proposing is that council authorize councillor participation on the Simcoe County Alliance to End Homelessness Committee, or also known as SCADA, in order to remain connected to the live issues and challenges in our community and act as a conduit between the committee stakeholders and the municipality. So I don't get into the whole rationale. I think we beat that one to death earlier today. So we don't have to name a specific person. Really, what I'm just looking for is authorization for any of us who choose to participate at these meetings to be there with the blessing of council. If this doesn't pass tonight, I'm still going to attend all the ones I can, but I'm going to be there as Bill Gordon, Councillor Gordon. So, I don't really care, but I think from a council perspective, it's important that we have skin in the game by formally adopting this. That's why it's before you tonight as a motion.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Gordon's Deputy Mayor Ross? Seconding. Comments or questions regarding the motion? Councillor Main.
Just a quick question. Is the Simcoe County Alliance amenable to this? I'd hate the notion of inviting ourselves to the party, but if they are, then that's great. And I think greatly appreciate the work getting us to the position to collaborate with the one organization that's kind of taking the lead on homelessness advocacy. So I think this is worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Main. Any further comments or questions regarding the motion? And I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries. So we're then moving on to, I believe, but let me just check here. Yes, we are. So I have moved by Councillor Pro, seconded by Councillor McGinn, with the following bylaws. Bylaw 2021-22, rates of taxation for 2021. Bylaw 2021-24, regulate parking within the town of Midland, and to repeal bylaw 2010-76 as amended. And bylaw 2021-25, amend bylaw 2005-51 to regulate the issuance of permits for the construction, demolition, alteration of buildings, plumbing and sewage systems, and repeal bylaw 2018-49 and 2009-101 be passed and enacted. Comments or questions from council? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that carries. Moved, I now have a motion by Councillor Shevsky, seconded by Councillor Cunningham, that bylaw 2021-26 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the regular council meeting held May 19th, 2021 be passed and enacted. Comments or questions from council?
We skipped a couple, didn't we? Parking bylaw? And building permit, please?
I don't have the parking bylaw here. Yes, it was 2020, sorry, I do 2021-24.
Yeah, right, sorry, we're skipping the other one because the Parks and Trails is
the parkland and municipality, yeah, Parks and Trails, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, very good. So
Good, okay.
Did we already say yes to all of them then? Or are we doing them individually?
We did them all, and then we just.
Okay, no, it's fair enough. But carry on. We'll just get this done. Sorry, I thought we were going down one at a time.
It's getting late. Yeah,
yes.
So, Councillor Shevsky, moved by Councillor Shevsky, seconded by Councillor Cunningham, that bylaw 2021-26 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the regular council meeting held May 19th, 2021 be passed and enacted. All those in favor? Thank you. That too carries. And always the motion of the evening. Moved by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Downer, that this regular meeting of council adjourn at 11:11. All in favor? There we go.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, there's that Leafs thing again.
Go Leafs. Let's go. I like it.
Go Habs.
Good night.